the October 7th attacks. ABC national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy says
he was not only the leader after Ismail Haniyeh was killed in Tehran of Hamas writ large, he was also the main operational planner. So he planned October 7th, and they really looked to him for all their tactical guidance on how to continue the fight in Gaza. So this is a huge blow. He was also considered the least likely to agree to a ceasefire.
a Homeland Security Commission warns that another Butler can and will happen again without Secret Service reforms. Released the findings of the bipartisan investigation into the July assassination attempt on former President Trump. Today, Trump attends a dinner in New York City while Vice President Kamala Harris campaigns in Wisconsin. This is ABC News. It's almost time for an execution in Texas, an execution that dozens of lawmakers on both sides of the political aisle, doctors, judges, even author John Grisham, oppose. Robert Robertson was convicted in the death of his 2-year-old of murder by shaken baby syndrome, a diagnosis now widely disputed, says ABC's Jim Ryan.
Since his arrest over 20 years ago, Robert Robertson has insisted that his 2-year-old daughter fell out of bed the night before she died and that he didn't shake her. Dozens of doctors, scientists, and Texas lawmakers of both parties have taken up Robertson's call for a re-examination of the case, but to no avail. He's set to die by lethal injection tonight.
Stopping the execution would take an act by the governor or another legal body. Number of Americans looking for unemployment help dropped sharply last week. First-time claims fell by 19,000 compared to the week before. Experts say claims have been up recently because of 2 big hurricanes and the Boeing strike. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Okay, so Sarah, I'm dropping you off at Emily's?
Yep.
And Josh, you're going to?
Soccer, Dad. Soccer practice.
Right. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to let you know when I pick you both up, I'll be wearing my short shorts.
What?
No!
Yep, and my dorky dad hat, and I'm gonna do my dad dance for all your friends. They'll love it!
Seriously? Why?
Because I like my short shorts. Of course, I could be talked out of it if you guys would just buckle up your seatbelts without giving me a hard time.
It's important to get your kids to buckle up for safety, no matter what it takes. And sometimes, all it takes is your parental powers of persuasion.
Okay, we're buckling up.
See, all buckled.
Good choice. I'll just have to do my dad dance at dinner time.
What?
No!
Do what you have to make sure your kids are wearing their seatbelts, even on short drives. Never give up until they buckle up. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council. Visit safercar.gov/kidsbuckleup for more information.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Ball Arena's owner has signed an agreement with a group of more than a dozen community and neighborhood groups impacted by a proposed redevelopment project, which would turn the parking lots into a 70-acre neighborhood with high-rise housing, office and retail space, and parks. The group's co-chair, Sue Powers.
The words community and development they don't have to be opposite each other. And I think this process has shown that I'm
leaving at noon, but I'll leave everything up and running, and I'll try not to leave that
affordable
smiley
housing for
face
18% of the units.
Oh, that would be fantastic. You really should.
You remember when I did
application.
It was glorious.
RTD asking for help after a series of copper thefts over the last 6 months. Service has been interrupted 21 times since April after thieves snuck onto the tracks at night and stole copper wiring. The cost of the thefts estimated at around $110,000. Police have made 1 arrest, but investigators believe there are more people involved in the thefts. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Drive around town right now, not too bad. If you're just making your way out, we've got that standard slowing southbound I-25 here from I-70 to Spear. Once you clear that, looking good into the Tech Center. No slowing for northbound I-25, one end of the city to the other. Boulder Turnpike, I-76, C-470, all wide open. We're a little heavy southbound 225 rolling down from Parker Road. And watch for some slowing westbound I-70 from Monaco over to Brighton. Construction blocks the left lane, southbound E-470 at 96, a little jammed up on the toll road. Denver weather for today, partly sunny skies and a high up to 75. Right now we're sitting at 62 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Because inflation made everything expensive.
Groceries, utilities,
Everything you need. Inflation salvation.
Yes!
9 chances a day to win $1,000. Listen weekdays 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. on Denver's Talk Station 630 KHOW. Presented by Wind River Spas.
Couples are often divided when it comes to temperature, so Wind River engineered the Contrast 8 Therapy Spa. It's the only tub that combines the therapeutic heat of a Wind River spa with the refreshing feel of a cold plunge. Build and price yours at windriverspas.com.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
If addiction, trauma, depression, or anxiety are affecting your life and family, the Raleigh House is here for you. The dedicated team of professionals at the Raleigh House provides a premium level of care for substance use and mental health disorders. We believe recovery
Whenever
is possible.
Mark gets on that
the Raleigh
link,
House can
is
help.
he in the studio?
Call 720-797-8717 to get the help you need. That's the Raleigh House. 720.
Say that again, Tom?
Is Mark in the studio?
717.
Mark is in the studio, yes.
When he hits that link on the, did he set up the phone yet?
It is set up. I don't know if they've done anything with it.
Ask him to hit that link.
$1,000. Just enter this nation
10 seconds.
website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions taking place, make your life a little easier. And if you're streaming, I will get a picture up of the studio and Mark and gang in a minute here. So what's going on in your life and how can I help you? That's what I ask each and every day. And I want to put our number up because I want you to know you can call 303-MARTINO at any time, 303-627-8466, and we'll attempt to help you in everything we do. This hour brought to you by, I just can't wait to tell you about some of the stuff here. This hour brought to you by, first of all, waterpros.net, the best water systems, the lowest prices. They have a combined system of both soft water for the whole house and reverse osmosis drinking water at the kitchen sink. Never before at this price. I'm telling you, $31.95, you can never, ever beat it. In fact, I promise you plumbers would start at $10,000 or more for these systems. This is in your home for $3,195 fully installed. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. I also want to mention we have a guest. We were scheduled to have a guest, Red Rocks Roof and Solar, and she can't make it today, but we will answer any solar questions you have. And I'm going to go right to the phones. Your phones take priority. And then I'm going to unload on you some stuff that I think you will find fascinating. It's science, and the science of making money. The science, not the theories, not the philosophies, the science. Bill, welcome. You're first up. What's going on, Bill?
Hey there, Tom.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you getting back to me so quick on the email.
Yes, sir.
I had contacted you regarding the testimony we had for the TOPS.
Yes, sir. I always answer emails and texts if I can. I try to answer all of them. What's going on with you?
Well, again, I just found you on YouTube there with the testimony you had.
Yes, sir.
There. And I was just looking to follow up to see how you're doing this time. It's been over a year since you've had it, I assume, correct?
Yes, sir. And I had a follow-up image and CT and all of that and x-rays, and it's absolutely perfectly seated and zero pain and 100% movement. That's it. And of course, because it's a titanium implant in my back, there is no way it can ever fuse or get arthritic or grow arthritis or any, or bone spurs is what I meant. So I can't develop arthritis there. And is there anything specific you wanted to know about that?
Well, it's just a matter of been on the fence. My father had the issue over all the years. He never had any kind of surgery. He passed away like 12 years ago at age 82, but he was always in the same kind of issue problem with back, and more so the back than the leg. But for me, and I think your testimonial said you were having more leg problems compared to back problems.
Well, I was having a lot of back problems, and Mark and Suze can tell you that. I mean,
I can attest to that.
Oh my God, the back pain. But later on, it went down the leg to where I swear to God, sometimes I'd lock up and couldn't move. I was in so much pain. I mean, it was terrible.
If you had to give some negatives about it, what would it be?
Negatives about what, Mark?
About the surgery,
My
anything
God.
at all?
No, they say there are pros and cons of everything. I can't think of anything. I mean, I just can't. It's surgery. It's major surgery, right? I mean, so, surgery is surgery, but they take
Yeah, but if you recall, man, you were bounced back within a week.
I was walking around that night out of the hospital the next day, and you're right, Mark. You're right.
I'd be curious how Talib is feeling, because right around the same time, he had fusion.
Right, and I love Talib, but I'm going to tell you this, and he'll admit it. He was laid up for a long time after surgery. And he was. And, I'm not saying that fusion won't take away pain. It does immediately because it fuses you. It doesn't allow you to move that area. And it frees up, and they try to free up the nerve and then fuse it, of course.
Does Medicare pay for the tops?
Yeah, it did for me 100%. And most insurance will because it's FDA approved. So, Bill, I don't have any pros and cons. I mean,
Wait.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just thought of a con you told me, but it didn't relate to you.
What is
They
that?
can only do one. You can't do multiple?
That's right. If you have multiple levels right now, they can do them, but they're not approved. They're not FDA approved. They're experimenting on multiple levels. And there are certain parts of the back they don't do. They do lower and mid. I don't think they do neck area yet. They don't have the smaller ones developed for the neck.
Right. No, like I said, I'm pretty much leaning into it now because this last month it's really hit me up bad. I won't get into all the details that I did to do potential damage to make it aggravated. But the last thing I did is stupid. On the boat, I was out fishing on the boat, sitting down, and all I did was I turned around to my side to pick up my 10 or 15 pound.
Isn't that amazing?
And
I swear to God, one movement can put you into the stratosphere. Do you know that they say that 85% of all men will develop low back problems? 85%. Now, Mark's not going to be one of those. He just was born that way. There are certain people that have just the certain flexibility and physiology. They just never have pain. Deputy Dan was the same way. Never had an ounce of pain, and I think he's around my age. Here's another thing, Bill, I want to say. Even when Mark, I wanted to say, even where there are multiple levels of subluxations and compression, they can use tops in this way. What they do is if you need a fusion because you have several layers, they can do a fusion and then incorporate the tops so you don't get the adjacent disc disease, because that's the problem with fusion, is that it puts too much pressure above and below the fusion. And I do believe there is a way now to do the fusion where it must be done because it's multiple. And then on top and below the fusion, they use the tops to keep the adjacent disease, because that's where fusions go wrong. The fusion never goes wrong. It's perfect. But above and below the fusion, you have failure usually. And what I heard was they were using this flexible artificial vertebra that I have. They were using it above and below fusions. So listen, the best thing for you to do, Bill, is to talk to a qualified surgeon who deals with these, or if you email Premia Spine, they're really good at getting back to people.
Oh yeah, no, I have a consultation coming up next month at the Mayo Clinic in Jacksonville.
Do they do the TOPS procedure?
Oh, yes, they do. They got one surgeon. Originally, they said I was a 10 or a 12-month wait to get on the waiting list or something, but then I asked that my records transferred from Mayo to a different place that did it, and within a day they called back and said, oh, we can fit you in next month.
Wow, that's great. I'm glad. You don't do much better than Mayo, do you, as far as reputation?
No.
Bill, I wish you the best, man. You let me know how it goes.
I shall do that. I appreciate you getting back.
Thank you. If you here's what I said. If you have the bone structure, that's the other thing. You got to have the bone structure to accept the implant above and below, and then you're done. Michelle has a issue with the sale of a 2010 Cadillac. Now, is this selling or buying? Did you buy this?
Yes, we bought it.
And what's going on with it?
Well, when we took it for the test drive, the check engine light came on. And so, of course, we inquired about what was going on. And Sean, who is, I believe, the owner of the business, had said that it was just the spark plugs and wires.
Did you ever think about having it independently checked? Huh?
I mean, unfortunately, not until after.
How many miles were? Afterwards doesn't mean much. How many miles on it?
I know. 150 something thousand, I believe.
Yeah, you're getting it without knowing the previous history. 150 is going to always spell problems. But I want to come back to you. Hang on. I want to give you more time. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's find out what's happening with this Escalade and more right after this.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and pro football.
Kel's still working on getting Szymanski, so hit one of the other guys first.
Gotcha. Colorado's largest selection of quality fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment you can buy. You can save up to 50% off.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Every single day, what do we get? We get calls about used cars that haven't been checked out. I just want to tell you something. Sheridan Auto Tech, $120 for a pre-buy inspection on a used car. Now listen, it's always better to have some knowledge when you're buying a used car, isn't it? They can also do regular maintenance and repairs. Even your new car's under warranty. They can take care of regular service. SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. On Colfax, west of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242. Gravina's Windows and Doors, they are a company that have been on the referral list more than 20 years. Gravina's, and I'll tell you what, they have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding. They also do, of course, a lot of your home's doors, and they have French doors and sliders. And I urge you to call them if you want the experts that have been around since 1988 on West Evans. That's gravinawindows.com, West Evans, 303-472-8462. Hey, have you ever heard of a roof that not only helps the environment, but helps the soils around your house and keeps the indoor air quality of your house better? Am I nuts when I'm talking about this? It's called something crazy officially, but we call it the smog-eating roof shingle. Mark, is that too good to be true?
Isn't that crazy? I mean, we actually just had a meeting yesterday with the representative for Atlas Shingles, and we were talking about this. And he goes, each granule is coated with a chemical that 3M has come up with that actually eats smog. In fact, a 10-foot by 10-foot or 1 square roof or 100 square feet of your roofing shingles is equal to 1 tree planted in your yard, is how efficient and how good this product is out there. And the best part is it's put on a great shingle. This shingle can actually be installed at 0-degree temperature. Not that I would have my people out there installing shingles at 0 degrees, but it's that good of a product. It's an amazing shingle, doesn't cost any extra, and you're helping the environment by putting this roof on.
Yeah, and the way it works, it gives off some harmless gas actually it's a gas good for the environment. And then if it rains, that goes into your soil and actually enriches your soil. It's
correct. Yes, it turns in nitrogen, and that nitrogen goes into your soil, and that helps your grass grow.
Exactly. I mean, this is all around great, and it shows you that technology does have hope. Give us hope for our environment. Really, it does. And that's GenesisTotalExteriors.com. He's always on the forefront of great things like a line siding, a lifetime siding that finally you can have dark colors without warping or fading or chipping or peeling. That's GenesisTotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Plumbing. Hey, Mark.
Hey.
Did you go on the link, bro?
Yeah, I hit the link. It says I'm logged in.
Oh, hold on. Let me go there. I'm sorry. I wasn't there. I got to find you. For some reason, I didn't see you when I went there. I don't. Okay. It says that you're on. I don't see you. Can you disconnect and do it one more time and let me look? Because
Hold on.
I just don't see you. I want to make sure you're there. I don't know why. I want to make sure I establish that before noon. I can always send another link, but I shouldn't have to. There's always growing pains. Yeah, there you are. I just saw you go. It might be sequence. Okay, I got you. Now, get whatever frame. Go sideways. Get it wider. Yeah, good. Excellent. And then set it up, and then I'll get you up and running. Oh, this is so cool. Comes right up. Let me, who do you want me to cover up with the ads? I'll cover up Doc.
You have it?
Yeah, I got you, man. You look good. I'm going to bring you up with me and everybody.
Did you hear Brooke got her garage broke into?
Yeah, that's... Mark, I'm telling you, there's so much crap going on nowadays.
So fucked up.
There you go. I got you up there. And I'm going to bring you up alone so I can see all my depths and talk to them all. Okay, hold on. Say hello, guys, to the YouTube audience.
Almost pushed the wrong button.
Say hello, Bo.
Hi,
Hey,
Hi,
Doc.
YouTubers.
10 seconds.
Hi, it's
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Okay, those streaming, I have the studio up and running for all of us to enjoy. The Uggs back at the studio. Anyway, we can all chip in for Christmas by Mark another shirt.
Oh, please.
Anyway, Michelle.
Yeah, monkey shirt.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Don't bring that up don't ruin my day. Please don't ruin my day.
Sometimes he does have the ugliest shirts.
But you wore a Beatles shirt one day.
I
One
did.
day.
I got it at Costco.
My shirt today is New York. It's New York. It's the Brooklyn Bridge. I think that's the Brooklyn Bridge. Yeah.
Did you buy it, Tom?
What do you mean, did I buy it? What the hell does that mean?
No, he didn't.
What do you think?
People always say, if you believe this, I have a bridge that I can sell you.
That. Oh, that's very clever, Doc. Mark that down. Boom, boom. Mark, he was clever. Anyway, so I want to go and talk to Michelle about her car. And Michelle, I want you to know this. I promise you. I'm not just trying to deliver bad news here. But usually when you have a used car and you don't get it checked out. Now, a checking out is not perfect, but it's something. It can at least alert you to problems. But let's get right to it, because even though you didn't get it checked out, dealers are not allowed to lie to you and not allowed to cover things up. So let's analyze the deal. First and foremost, when did you buy this, Michelle?
At the beginning of September. And I do want to point out that this dealership is also an automotive shop.
And what dealership is it? What dealership?
Harlan Automotive.
And where is it?
In Wheat Ridge.
Okay, now, I got the story. 2010 Cadillac Escalade, 150,000 miles, September, Harlan Harland Automotive in Wheat Ridge. And now tell your story. What happened? You drove off the lot. Tell me your story.
Well, so the lead mechanic, who's been a mechanic for 25 some odd years, also assured us that this car was in good working condition and that those spark plugs and wires would fix the problem.
Now, did they do that? Did they do that in writing, saying this is in great condition and there's nothing wrong with those? Did you get that in writing?
No.
Did you get in writing that it was as is, or do you have a warranty?
Yeah. Yes, but
Yes, what? Do you have the warranty, or is it as is?
As is.
Okay. So as soon as he said he assured you of nothing because it said as is. By the way, this is for other people listening. When people say they assured me, and how many times do we hear those words? I specifically asked, or I made it clear that, or they assured me. None of that actually works. But I like the call because I want to remind people. So, what happened then? How long did you have the car before problems surfaced?
The next day.
What happened the next day?
So the check engine light was still on, and so we took it to O'Reilly to have the codes read, and it said that it had a misfire and a code with the catalytic converter, as well as cylinders 1 and 4 not operating properly. And so because Sean had told us that they would make sure that it passed emissions, we called them, and he and the mechanic were super friendly and said, go ahead and bring it back in. We'll make sure we take care of everything for you.
Good.
And so we took it back.
Yeah.
And they had it for a few days. And when we picked it up, everything seemed fine. The check engine light was off. We drove down to Colorado Springs to see my dad.
Wait. Did they also pass emissions for you?
I hadn't taken it in yet.
Well, hold on. You only had, I want to warn you about all this stuff because other people are listening. You had only 3 days to get that checked. If it fails after the 3rd day, they're not responsible for it. So tell me what happened then.
As soon as we got down to Colorado Springs, stopped at the stoplight off the highway, and the check engine light came back on. And so...
The day after you picked it up from the dealer?
The same day.
Oh, my God. Okay, what happened then?
Yeah. So we, instead of heading right to my dad's, we took it, straight to O'Reilly, had the codes read, same thing, and give them a call. And they're like, oh, well, that's really strange. Go ahead and bring it back up to us. And so we were in the process of moving. So as soon as we got moved, we took it back up.
Wait. Hold on. How long after that engine light, the second time?
Week and a half-ish.
Okay. So what happened then?
So we took it back up, and they were, I don't want to use the word kind enough because it wasn't very kind, but they gave us another vehicle off their lot to have a loaner, so we weren't without a car for the whole time that they had it. And the vehicle they gave us was in really terrible shape.
Yeah, let's talk about the vehicle you bought. What did they do with that?
So this go around, when my husband spoke with their lead mechanic, he had said that the engine was trash after he really got under it and looked at it.
Okay, so what are they going to do for you?
Well, they happen to have another of the same 6.2-liter engine. And so he said they were going to go ahead and just pull it out of this Tahoe and do a full engine swap.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What did you pay for this Escalade?
Yeah,
what did you pay for this 14-year-old Escalade?
Just about $11,000.
Okay. 11 grand. Okay. Can you look that up, D?
Yeah.
Just look that up on ilikecars.com.
Okay.
It was a 2010 Cadillac Escalade, 150,000 miles approximately. Okay, keep going.
The ESV.
That sounds like a lot of miles, man.
Well, for the years, it's not, Mark, but it is a lot. Okay, dealer said engine was bad. I want to try to speed this up a little. Did they swap the engine? Hello, Michelle?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Did they swap the engine?
That's what they said they did. And upon looking at it, it looks like there is some scratches on the engine bay. The alternator is different. So it does appear that they did so.
Okay.
But again, as soon as my husband picked it up, drove it back down to Colorado Springs, the check engine light came on again. So
You know, this whole thing could be a stupid gasoline cap. Do you understand that?
Like with it being loose?
Yep. Yep.
Well, would the gas cap throw all
Yep.
of those same codes?
Yep. It throws all kinds of weird codes.
How does it run?
Yeah, how does it run?
Well, when he picked it up, he said the whole drive from Wheat Ridge back to our house in Colorado Springs, it ran like a dream. And then as soon as that check engine light came on at the lower speeds, he said it was starting to run sluggish
Okay,
again.
so then what did the deal? By the way, did you ever get an emission sticker?
No, I hadn't been able to take it in yet.
And by the way, when you do take it in and it fails, it's on you now because it's been beyond 3 days. So tell me what the dealer did yet again.
So when I spoke to them yesterday, they told me that this was getting pretty ridiculous, and I said I totally agreed, and that if they hadn't promised me that they would make everything right on this vehicle.
Yeah, but you can't prove that. You can't prove they promised that. If they throw up their hands right now and tell you to leave, you have nothing to go on at this point. I hope. What did they tell you? I mean, I know you're talking like you got some kind of promise, but try to prove that.
I mean, I understand that. Like,
Okay.
Please don't get me wrong.
No, I'm not. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think the problem is you don't have any of this where we can go after them. So what did they say they would do since they said it was getting ridiculous? Did they say we're done with you?
So they told me that we could bring it back again, but then they were worried about the amount of mileage we were continuing to put on it because it from our driveway. To
Yeah.
that
Okay.
stop
So
is now 93
so
miles.
therefore what? What will the dealer do for you?
They said that they would give us another vehicle.
You mean
but
they
when I
would
looked at-
exchange it, or are they going to trade it and make you pay more? What are they going to do?
They did not specify. They just said, "Do you want another vehicle?"
You need someone to help you.
and-
You need how many miles did you put on this?
I honestly, I don't know for sure. But I mean, probably realistically at least 1,000. Because like I said, we were in the process of moving.
I get it.
looking at
Listen,
houses.
Michelle, I feel bad for you. This was a bad move. This was a bad move, buying a car with 150,000 without having it checked out, and then not going. If you had taken it in, listen to this. Within the 3 days to get that.
No.
What are you talking about?
She's in the Springs.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you're not in an emissions control area, Michelle?
I was when I bought it.
Were
And
they?
part of El Paso
Wait.
County Part of El Paso County is emissions.
Okay, then they sold it to you into an emissions area, right?
They did, correct?
But
Yes,
hold
it was
on.
Inglewood.
But you're not going to be registering it now.
I think where it comes down to the registration, whether
Right.
it's
That's
emissions
right.
or not.
That's what I'm saying. So even though you were in an emissions area, you're now registering it in a non-emissions area. Is that correct?
Not, I mean, only the country part of El Paso County is emissions free. We're in the city.
So you will be registering it in an emissions control area.
Yes.
Did they know that? Did they make out that address on the transfer papers when they sold it to you?
Yeah, what address was on the bill of sale?
It was at our old address in Inglewood.
And that's emission controlled as well, right?
Surely.
Okay.
Correct.
So no matter what, they were selling it into an emission controlled area.
Correct.
Okay. Did you get that 3-day voucher to have it emission tested?
Is that something that they should have given to me?
At the time of sale, or you can undo the sale and get your money back.
I don't believe so. I don't think they
You
gave
do
me
not
any
have a
paperwork.
3-day voucher for emissions.
I don't believe so.
Who wants to take this and call the dealer right now before the end of the show? Call
him right now, Tom.
Call him right now and say, listen, but you have to make sure, Michelle, in your paperwork, do you have a...
I'm getting the paperwork
All
right
right,
now.
I'm gonna put you on hold. Hang on, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This could be good if they didn't give it to her, because we can make an argument here that...
Well, I bet it's on that paperwork somewhere that she got it and signed for it, but I don't know. I haven't seen the paperwork.
And Tom, isn't it? It's pretty unusual for a used car dealer to do as much as they've done for her.
No, that's true too.
I mean, they've tried multiple times to help her out and fix it.
Yeah, and she bought it as is.
And she right.
Hey, did she ever mention what the diagnostic trouble codes are for?
I think she said emission
she did.
related.
No, here's what she said. She said that it was the check engine light which showed a misfire, a catalytic converter problem, and improper function of 2 cylinders.
Oh, jeez.
Was that before the engine replacement, though?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was wondering
that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was wondering about the replacement engine diagnostic trouble codes.
Okay, let's get her up right now and ask her that. Did they say what the engine code, what did the codes throw after the engine replacement, Michelle?
I will tell you right now. I've got it right here.
Go ahead. Just that's all we want to know right now.
First one,
The second time.
yeah, the first one, the one that got run yesterday said catalyst system low efficiency bank 2, cylinder 1 and cylinder 4 deactivation.
Well,
solenoid valve
it's the same thing as before the engine swap.
exactly the same.
Yes. I don't get that.
So that's what
Gotta take a break, Tom.
All right, hold on. I got to take this break. Hey, Doc, make some calls. I'm Tom Martino. And Josh has a comment on her coming back. I'm Tom Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Drive around town right now, not too bad. If you're just making your way out, we've got that standard slowing southbound I-25 here from I-70 to Spear. Once you clear that, looking good into the tech center. No slowing for northbound I-25, one end of the city to the other. Boulder Turnpike, I-76, C-470, all wide open. We're a little heavy southbound 225 rolling down from Parker Road. And watch for some slowing westbound I-70 from Monaco over to Brighton. Construction blocks the left lane, southbound E-470 at 96, a little jammed up on the toll road. Denver weather for today, partly sunny skies and a high up to 75. Right now we're sitting at 62 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Listen carefully. Do not go to Keelan Park. You know why? You can Zoom them or call them or have them call you or have them visit you. Yes, you don't have to go to Keelan Park. Now, they're located up north, and I say that because a lot of people don't think they can get it done, and they can get it done. They serve the whole state, licensed in the whole state. They can do your estate planning, and here's what you do. You get on a Zoom call or a phone call or a meeting of any kind, and they go over your entire plan, what you need, what you don't need, what you should have, payable on death certificates, maybe beneficiaries' deeds, maybe a trust, maybe just a simple will, whatever you need. They come up with a plan with flat rate pricing, and then they execute whatever you want, and you'll know the price. You won't be nickeled and dimed, and you don't have to go see them. 970-818-8198. 970-818-8198. LawKP.com. LawKP.com.
No problem. Thank you.
I got to reboot this computer, man.
You know, it's so weird. Ever since I just ceased almost all stuff on Facebook, I never.
You sound high.
Very rarely now.
Always sounds high.
Get
She sounds really high.
She's had 4 mimosas already.
That's
What?
it. She doesn't sound like 4.
What are you talking about?
You sound high.
She can't even remember she drunk.
Did you ever get a Mark? Do you ever get a drunk call from her?
No. Yes, I got one when she was at the airport one time.
I know, we all got
as
it.
they were escorting her off the plane.
Kelly?
Yes.
Not only off the plane. What are you kidding me?
They wouldn't let her on.
Yeah.
They did. We told her to calm the fuck down, which she did, and they let her on the next plane. Do you remember that, Kelly?
No, she was too drunk.
Yep.
Does anybody remember what Michelle paid for that Escalade?
11,000.
11,000. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that coming back.
I don't see the reboot on this damn computer like it used to be here.
Oh, you mean on the company computer? Yeah.
Amount of spam calls has significantly dropped.
I can see the call screener from Doc's screen.
Uh-oh.
See all that and all this?
Yeah.
That's the emerald.
I see Pornhub on the one screen, and then I see cheese.
That's why he got kicked off of Match.com. Here it is, reboot. Hasta la vista.
No, different Guillermo. Guillermo is.
Yeah, that was a heck of a.
We had 2 Guillermos.
That was a heck of a call.
Oh, I love the call from the guy. What's his name?
Oh.
Justin. Hey, Bo, did you know Justin called us?
Oh, he called yesterday.
He did? Did he
Yes.
call into the show?
Yeah, it was great.
No kidding. God, I wish I was here.
Blame me.
What did he say?
Don't care.
Is he going to...
Because you're a woman.
He ain't doing jack shit.
Exactly.
He's not
Let's
going to
do
strike
that.
a check for 62?
He said his contract is more important than laws.
That works wonders.
Isn't that what he told you?
I'll be damned. I can't believe he called in.
Did he ever make any promises to you? I mean, where did it end up?
D kind of took it over. D was able to get a hold of the Attorney General, and they're going to, I believe, take the case, so they didn't want us to discuss it on the air for a while.
Oh, Bo, I didn't take it over. I'm just helping you in the background.
Oh, you're my aide, huh?
Yeah.
Which one are you helping with?
Justin Garcia. And Bo, by
Oh,
the
yeah,
way-
he was just helping, yeah.
And
So
Bo-
he did call in.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
at approximately 1:35. If you want to replay that show,
It was pretty contentious.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, and then I also got a call from the founder of Innate, and he hung up on me.
Who's Innate?
That's Justin Garcia's other company.
So
the one he claimed to have until we started going after him. Then they took his name off the website.
There you go, guys.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. So you looked up the Escalade, Deputy D. What are you finding?
Well, there are a couple of comps that are pretty close. There are a couple of them. There's a 2009 in Colorado Springs for $10,000 with high mileage, 184,000. There's an 07 with 182,000 on the clock for 10,000.
Yeah, maybe she didn't pay too much.
Yeah,
I don't know. Do they say on cars.com great deal or good deal? What do they say? If they usually give an indicator. Fair deal?
One says good, the other one says fair.
Which one said good? How many miles and how much?
Good deal is considered $99.95 for an 09 with 184,500 miles.
Well, yeah, that's way different. This one was older, right?
I think hers
No,
is
no,
a
oh, no, hers is a 10. You're right.
Yeah, 2010.
So, okay, so the price wasn't terrible. Now we got to figure out what the hell that dealer's doing. And I guess Doc is calling them. Doc, did you call?
Doc's working with it right now.
Okay, yeah. Because we wanted to call during the show if we could to get an update. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have open lines if you want to get through. I do have some stuff I want to talk about in the news. And anyway, if you here's what I wanted to talk about, and I wonder if people notice this. There's a few things happening in journalism, and again, I trust me when I tell you. I know people think this is political when I talk about anything to do with candidates or anything, but I'm talking about news in general. But I am going to talk a little bit about candidates, or officials, or the types of reporting. This is something that's a fact. And I personally, I wrote for newspapers and magazines full time. I went into radio and TV. I had a hand in print journalism, in TV journalism, in radio news, and then advocacy as a consumer advocate. So I've seen it all. I've seen objective, capital J journalism reporting. I've been part of it. I was part of advocacy reporting where you're objective going into the story and then form an opinion. That's advocacy. That's what I mean by that is you go in listening to both sides or 3 or 4 sides, and then you come up with an opinion. That's advocacy. But back when I was doing, or not, I'm still doing it. When I was doing advocacy back for newspapers and radio and TV, you had to make it very clear that you had an opinion after going out and getting your objective facts and realities. So if I thought someone was cheated, I'd run after the guy with a microphone saying, this woman says you cheated her. We looked at it. It looks like you took money, blah, blah, blah. And then you give them their say. Now, always I would try to first make an appointment. I never chase people down with a mic and camera, ever, without first giving them the opportunity to meet with me. Because I believe that when you met with people, you'd get a better reflection of what they believe than if you chase them down. People who chase down first and don't give you the opportunity to sit down and meet, those people are not trying to get the best out of you. They're trying to trap you. Now, that's for sure. And but just so you know, back in the day when I was doing this for TV and going after people, most credible journalists would first ask, can we get your statement? Can we interview you? Can we meet? And if they said no, they don't have to take no for an answer. They would go and do it and track them down, right? And then they get the old confrontation video that everyone likes. Here's what I've seen that changed. And again, I think I can speak from credibility in that I worked in the industry for 50 years. I don't think there's many people that are working in the industry, still working in the industry after 50 years, that saw all perspective from print before there was anything on the internet at all, and then also the evolution into radio and television and all of that. Here is the difference. And by the way, it started just recently. When it comes to print journalism, we used to be told, this is really, really telling. We used to be told in print journalism that people's time was of the essence. And it was important to tell them the story, who, what, where, when, and how in the first paragraph. Did you know that? Why did we do that? We wrote in a pyramid style, it was called, the pyramid. What the pyramid did was gave all the specific up at the point facts. So in the first paragraph, you get the gist of the entire story. In the second paragraph, you get the main players. And then in the third, fourth, and subsequent paragraphs, you would get all of the details, like a pyramid, right? So what you would have is a story that if someone wanted to read the first paragraph, would get the gist of the entire story. It was because we respected people's time. Now journalism does exactly the opposite, because it's no longer about imparting information, it's about engagement. You want to keep people reading as long as possible in order to get engagement time so they see associated ads and click words on the left and right and up and down. They want you to read before you get to the essence of the story. In fact, you will find this so much in clickbait. You ever see these pictures? Do this at night. Okay, or what this star looks like now. And you go there and you'll never even read about that star until 15 pages later. It is the worst you can have in journalism. And Newsbreak and all of these people that publish online, they do it. They break all the rules of journalism in order to get you to engage. They don't give a damn about your time, and they don't give a damn about imparting information quickly. They simply want to engage you. We have more coming right up, and we can discuss this or more, but I'll take your phone calls right after this.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by LifeLock.
Drive looking pretty good for us here in town. Everything seems to be pretty wide open if you're just hitting the highways here up and down I-25. Nothing to slow your ride along the corridor. That slowing we did have eastbound 270 across Commerce City, that has cleared out. Looks like we may have a new problem northbound 225 just south of I-70. We'll try and get a closer look, but we are seeing some delays from Colfax as you head north through there. And construction slowing down our drive on the toll road here. Southbound E470 at 96th Avenue. They had that left lane coned off through there. Denver weather today, mix of sun and clouds, high up to 75. We're at 63 degrees now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is warning you about phishing scams tricking you into revealing personal info. For even more protection, choose LifeLock, which alerts you to suspicious uses of your info and fixes the issues. Start your 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/cybersafety.
EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You want the best prices ever on water heaters? You will never do better than Euro Plumbing. No one can touch them. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank fully installed, the old one taken out and hauled away. For a 50-gallon tank, it's just $14.99. Now, let's say you want a garbage disposal or a sump pump or other plumbing repairs on a toilet. They can beat everybody's price, and they guarantee it. So that's EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844, 668-6844. Hey, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies says it all in their name. They plan for retirement for you. The earlier, the better. People contact them at 30, not many, but then 35, 40, they start thinking about it. Even if you're 60 or older, they can help you. They try to help you in the beginning to build a nest egg, then keep it growing, and then keep it safe, and then turn it into income. They also help with other elements of your retirement plan, making sure you have long-term care, making sure you have the proper estate planning, all of that. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Start there, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. Coming up on the 24th of the month, there will be a movie in Parker that you're invited to free of charge called The Retirement Dilemma. And what will happen is Joe Chiano, financial planner, and his team will be there to host the event in Parker at the 20 Mile AMC Theater. And here's what I want you to know about it. It's not a sales job. It'll be informative about retirement and how to prepare. One of the things he will introduce, or the movie will introduce, is the concept of fixed indexed annuities in a way you'll understand. Find out more, mymoneymyway.com. Register 303-779-6600. It's the 24th, 303-779-6600.
There are massive changes in health insurance this year. That's why.
Hey, Dimitri, did you want to buy that four-wheeler? I forgot if that was you.
Oh, I was wondering if that 4Runner is still for sale. How much?
Yeah, it is. She just texted me. Says it runs great, runs great.
If you try and reboot it,
she wants like $4,000.
No,
what? Do you know miles and year?
I just asked her all that. I'm waiting for her to text back. I know the family.
Oh, great! To save you some time, I'll be happy to give her a call. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it was his vehicle.
I'll be happy to call her to save you some time.
I can hang up on him just as easily.
Yeah, 72. Well, I'm not going to give it out over.
Just text it to me, Mark.
Yeah,
or Dimitri.
Mark's got my email address.
Oh, Mark.
At Troubleshooter. Thanks, Mark. It's very nice of you.
Yeah, I knew someone here said that.
I'm going to start hoarding older Toyotas while I can still get them with nice engines like that.
Yeah, apparently it runs great. I can't imagine her.
Well, it's a 4Runner.
BS.
It's going to run great no matter what. Yeah, I'm gonna hoard those. I need to like rent a barn or something to store them in.
I'm gonna call you direct.
You don't recall me talking about satisfaction rating on TV providers, did you?
What was the question again?
Did I ever talk about satisfaction rating on TV providers? I don't think
No, I don't recall you mentioning that topic.
I'll just email you.
Thanks, Mark.
Call her right now, would you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll step outside and call her right now.
All right, just emailed you.
Thanks.
Your friend is here.
Hi, little kitty. Hi, princess. Do you want to come over? Do you see it?
How old's that cat, man?
About, I think, 8
10
months,
seconds,
9
guys.
months.
Don't let it near any of those.
On dudes to start listening.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. If you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call. You can also call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Yesterday, we got a call from, and Mark, you'll recall Justin Garcia, who, said that he was in the right. He did nothing wrong. The woman, the consumer, did everything wrong, and he has a right to keep her $62,000, even though he did zero work. Bo, was that Bo? You've been looking into this.
He just stepped out.
Okay. Well, I'm going to talk about it when Bo gets back, but so remind me on that. Now, on this, the journalism thing, there's a reason I was bringing this up. Your time will be spent longer now because of that style of writing called engagement writing. They do not reveal immediately what they're writing about, what the story's about, or they say famous steakhouse closing. You won't read about which steakhouse that is 90% of the time in the first 3 or 4 or 5 paragraphs. You have to keep going. It was started in 1918, blah, 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 and they want to keep you engaged. To me, I think it's terrible. I think it sucks. Now, there's something even worse going on, and that's when it comes to the actual reporting itself on TV, that I will tell you that all journalism, that all broadcast journalists use, also print journalists, that would never be allowed a few years ago. The rules did not change. The objectivity rules did not change, but we have now come to accept that we can put opinion in headlines and in articles, and I'm going to demonstrate how that's done coming up.
So where has Sue's been all week? Just at home?
Doc?
Where has Sue's been all week?
She stayed when I went to Arizona for the funeral.
Yeah.
She stayed at home.
Right.
Yeah.
She coming in tomorrow?
Okay, I'm stepping away.
I think she did want to come in tomorrow. I think. We've been doing a lot around the house, man.
Aren't you having something? You know, it seems I call K&H Home Solutions, right?
Mm-hmm.
I left 2 messages for Szymanski. He never called me back.
That's the wrong place. Szymanski's Genesis.
Oh.
That's probably why. What do you need done?
Remember I told you I have those things on my patio?
Oh,
They're
she's
these,
outside
sort of these
keeping an eye on the
little
squirrels.
dome. But they're just like boards that give you partial.
Yeah. He's with
No wonder. Okay.
I wonder if you can you take pictures of them and they'll be able to kind of get you what you need on them?
Yeah, I don't want.
Do you have pictures?
No, I don't have it with me now.
Send me the pictures and I'll get it over to 2 different people.
Okay.
And what do you want? Just
So here's
like
the deal.
bid?
One of them fell down.
Yeah.
Okay. When the guy came, when my friend looked at it, who's used to sell houses, he said, "Look, you need brackets to hold those boards up, not just nails from the outside."
Yeah.
He said, "This is completely unreliable because one fell down, literally could have killed somebody."
But you need them to fix it.
Well, I think they should.
Okay. But so yeah, take pictures of it.
I'll send it to you.
And then send it to me and I'll send
Okay.
it to 2 different people.
I appreciate it. Literally, someone could have been really. They're like.
Is it on every unit or just yours?
No, on every unit. So I was going to get a bunch of people. Once I had somebody like K&H or Genesis tell me that this is not up to code, I was going to get the other people who have the same problem and all send a letter to Coble.
Got it.
So I will get you a picture.
Bo?
He's not back yet.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling. That's
Oh, you didn't get the email? What the fudge, dude?
I'm good, Patrick.
Hold on. I'm going to look at my sent now. I wonder if I sent it to your old one.
Oh, but I get emails at my old one too. At the
I
same
sent
time.
it to, oh my God. I know exactly who I sent it to.
Completely different Dimitri.
Dimitar.
Oh, what if he buys a 4Runner before I get to it?
That's so funny. Hold on.
Okay.
He would have no idea. It's nothing more than a phone number.
Hang on and
Oh, good. Perfect.
Literally, all I sent was he's probably going, why is Mark sending me a phone number?
Hold on. Can you please put a trouble ticket in? I don't know what else to do. Nobody's downstairs. I don't even know if they're in the state.
Can you please let me know her name in that email too?
That I'm not sure if I have.
Oh, okay.
I know the parents-in-law.
Oh, okay. Got it.
But I told her you'll be calling right
Cool.
now.
Thanks a lot.
Not a
I was going to tell Bo that Hollington Law took Carol Holcomb's case pro bono. That's in reference.
All right, check it now.
Okay.
Can we get her on?
Oh, Bo's dealing with her, so it's going to be up to Bo. I don't want to unintentionally kind of, maneuver in front of him on this deal.
He's not worried about it, I promise.
Oh, I know he's not worried about it, but I'd still rather just help
Make sure
in the
you got that.
background. I just received something. I got something from Dale Canino. Oh, and something from Mark Major. Okay, cool. I got it. I got the
Call
number.
her real quick.
I'll call her right now. I'm going to get off the mic and call her.
I'm gonna go tell Mark. Okay, fun fact. If you log in too many times, it locks you out.
I've never logged in once.
Well, no, with a password.
Oh.
So it's, we're putting in a trouble ticket. You may not have access to this computer, so you may want to move over to that
Let me go bug Dave. Piece here.
No, Mike Irby. That would be the person. Dave has nothing to do with that issue.
So did you see the Israelis got the leader of Hamas?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, actually.
Just turn it. Let me see. Shut down. How would I even turn it back on now? Okay. Yeah, it was every time I would launch Internet Explorer or Chrome, it would just blow up. I couldn't get on the web. So I figured it just needed to reboot, and then that was it. I haven't seen it act like that in years, though. Not since they upgraded it. Yeah, added like 4 megs of RAM.
Cracker, Mark.
No thanks. Those are cookies.
Oh, I call them crackers. They sound better when you call them crackers.
10 seconds, guys.
They don't taste better.
Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation Salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life just a little easier. Whatever's on your mind, give us a call. We'd love to solve your problems. Patrick wants to talk about small claims court. And Patrick, why don't you go ahead and talk about small claims court? I'll bring up Mark and the gang. Go ahead, sir. What is happening?
Well, just because I listen to the show a lot, Mark has done, small claims court.
Yep.
And basically I had a business last year not pay me for services that I did. So I filed, with small claims court. But I paid the sheriff to serve them. No one told me that I had to file, I guess, that service within 15 days of my court date. So
Mark,
now,
talk to him about, are you talking about you served the person and then you did not file the actual lawsuit?
Well, what it was is that I paid the sheriff to serve them, but no one told me that I had to file it 15 days before my court date.
Mark, what is he talking about, sir?
Well, I guess maybe Denver does that. I don't think Douglas County does, so I guess it's wherever you're filing it. Where were you filing it?
Boulder.
Yeah, I don't know about Boulder. I've never filed one up there.
So, Mark, what is he talking about, though? You got to do the return of service?
Denver, before the court date or before, I'm trying to think if they have mediation. Before either mediation or the court date, you got to prove that you served them. And you basically...
okay.
Yeah, but that's not everywhere. I don't want people to think you got to do that everywhere. Generally, like Douglas County or even Arapahoe, what you would do is you would show up to the mediation or you would show up and then you would give it to them then.
So what happened? Well, you can just refile. You can just do it all over again.
Yeah.
I know, but then I have to wait till April now. And, my date is 5 days from now.
Well, you're not going to be able to go without proof that you served.
But I have proof because the sheriff, I have it. I mean, they served them. I have it. They went there and served them. I have the whole thing.
So, Mark, if he just shows up, If he just shows up, will that case be heard with his proof?
I've never been to Boulder and done one in Boulder ever.
Well, listen, since it's already scheduled, Patrick, I guess it's not going to hurt anything if you went there.
They canceled it.
Huh?
They canceled it.
Oh, they did. Well, then that's your answer right there. They require it. Yeah.
So just refile it.
Well, here's the thing. What I'm asking is I think I'm just going to start slapping liens on all the properties I worked on to put fuel to the fire and make these people.
Well, let me ask you. That's what I was going to ask you. The underlying problem. Explain it to us.
Well, when's the last time you worked on the property that you want to lien?
It was last fall. I did.
Then you're too late.
You're too late.
Huh?
You're too late.
What?
You're too late. You're
late.
You have to put a lien on it within 4 months or 100. I think it's 120 days of the last time on the job.
Yeah, or when things were delivered is 90 days.
Well, I slapped a lien on one property already.
When?
That's before the 4 months.
Okay. Yes.
That was
Okay.
back in January.
Yeah, that's okay.
Hey, Tom, would the Wage and Hour Commission be applicable in this case?
Not with an independent contractor like him. I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to ask him. Tell me what happened. Tell us the circumstance, the story. Tell us what's going on.
Well, okay. This is what happened. I worked on one property in Boulder for this company, and they came to me last fall and said, "Hey, our guy that does our sprinkler blowouts in Denver failed, just disappeared. Can you pick these up?" I'm like, "Cool." I picked up 30 of them, and I did them, and then they never paid me.
I think I remember this original call.
You did call us before, Patrick. You worked on 30 properties?
Yeah.
And you didn't get paid for any of them?
Nope.
Why?
I don't know. Well, okay, here's the problem. One problem is that we didn't get to 2 of them before it froze and they broke, but they didn't schedule it with me. I didn't even
Well,
know
are
I
they
was supposed to
blaming
go
you
there.
for
Then
that?
there was-
Yeah, is that what they're saying?
Yes, and then there's 2 properties that didn't have sprinklers that we actually went to, but we didn't. How would we know? Like, they didn't tell us there was no sprinklers. They're like, "You billed us for 2 properties that didn't have sprinklers." But I'm like, "Yeah, but we drove there." And if I
Yeah, but
wasn't
that's a
going to that
little
house,
weird to
like,
charge
whatever.
them the same amount.
Well, I had to because I could have gone to another property.
Well, you know what you should have done is you should have filed liens on all those properties back then, or within the allotted time of 120 days from when you left there, and you didn't.
Yeah, you're going to be screwed on this.
That's because they were trying to work with me. But here's the thing. They just changed names and companies. I'm pretty sure they have to pay their debts. They
Hold
can't
on.
do that.
Well, hold on. When you dissolve, what you're talking about is if you dissolve a company, you have to make an affidavit. You have to say you have to have everything paid off. That's right.
But he's still going to have to bring an action against them. I mean, it's not like it's not like a lot of these companies do that. They switch names all the time.
Right. That's right. Mm-hmm.
You're going to have to prove in court that they did it fraudulently. I mean, all you're doing is circling back to the same thing.
Yep. That's right.
I'm just trying to figure out how not to get screwed on this. It's $5,000.
Turn around and sue them again, and then make sure they get the service. I mean, I don't know why you have to wait till April. That I didn't know. That must once again be a Boulder County thing. I don't know.
Well, no, he has to wait because they probably don't have an opening.
Right. I served them in May. I had to wait till October. Now they're saying I got to wait till April.
That's so long.
Well, those are the breaks, man, but you got to do it.
Well, I'm going to do it.
I mean, they have no right not to pay you.
The easiest would have been if you leaned them to begin with in the allotted time, but it's just too far back, man.
Well, like I said, I got one property lien. So
I'm shocked they haven't said anything. Was it just a homeowner out of curiosity?
No. It's 30 properties, Mark. 30 properties.
No, I'm saying he said he's got a lien on one. What property is it on?
It's on an apartment building in Boulder.
Okay.
I know the owner. She hired me first, and then she had a property management company start work. That's who I started working with. But I know the owner, and I slapped a lien on her, thinking that she might call them and say, "What the hell is going on?"
And you're not talking just a 10-day notice. You went through it and actually put a lien on the property and filed the lien.
Correct.
Okay. How many days do you have left to take them to court and win?
well, now I got to go look at the lien. I didn't think I thought I was going to court in 5 days.
But Mark, how long do you have to perfect a lien? 6 months, don't you?
I think it's 6 months from the day, and if you don't perfect it, then they can basically get it off there.
That's 6 months from the time you file it, right? So, Patrick, you know, from now
We have
on, when you have
attorneys that
accounts,
do this stuff, man.
do you have proof that they retained you?
Yes.
Good.
I have emails. I have scheduling.
Good.
I have everything.
Good.
Yes. It's all in my system. They can't not.
How much do they owe you?
My brother did most of it. He met most of the owners.
How much do
know
they
who
owe
came to
you?
the house and did it.
How much do they owe you?
Well, they owe me $3,500, but I've slapped them with late fees. It's now up to $6,000 because I put on interest and late fees because, you know, it's.
Well, that doesn't,
Not
I
right.
mean, in small claims, I mean, generally that's not going to work. I think they allow you 8% or whatever it is now.
Yeah. Listen,
Well,
man.
we'll see. Well, now I got to redo it anyways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But now that I've heard this, on a different note, because you guys remember when I came there? I'm a professional snowboarder.
I do remember. That was years ago.
All right.
I don't.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
Okay, that's fine, Mark. No, I'm
You
not worried.
you were stoned.
But-
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go, Patrick, I'm just kidding.
No, I wasn't.
I
But
know.
I just got done doing a movie. It's called Heavenly Wickedness. It's going to be on Netflix, and so everybody should check it out.
No fooling. Are you the star?
No, I did stunt work, and then I did some. No. The bigger stars than me, like Michael Buscemi's in it. And
What's it called?
Sergio
Heavenly
Oh, wait a
what?
minute. Eric Roberts is in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so do you do the double work, basically, the stunt work?
I did the stunt work for the lead actor, and so I ran around in a night suit, a real night suit. It was like 80 pounds for 8 hours, wielding a sword, pretending I was slaying a dragon.
On a snowboard.
No. This has nothing to do with snowboarding.
Okay. I thought it had to do with snowboarding. Okay. No.
Well, actually,
How did you get involved in stunt work?
because my friend, who I lived with in Vail all year, is a director, and he wrote it, and this is his film. And that's how I got into it, because I told him I'd help him. You know, I thought I was just going to move, like, you know, equipment around or cameras. And then I show up, and he's like, well, you're going to be the stunt guy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this took a month. And then a couple days later, it's like 3 a.m, and he comes up to me, and he's like, well, you're going to be a drug dealer.
Patrick, does that pay pretty well?
Does it pay pretty well, Patrick?
Not the
It
drug
will.
dealing, but the stuntman work.
No. Well, there wasn't any drugs.
Where'd they?
But
No. Did the stunt work pay well?
It will.
What does that mean, it will?
Oh, okay.
Basically, the movie cost $750,000 to do. They're going to sell it for $2.75 million. So once it gets sold to Netflix, well, then boom.
Oh, so you haven't been paid for it?
No, I paid for it because I wanted to help him.
No, so
And I
what he's
got
saying
put
is,
in the-
he's saying he's going to get paid once they sell the project. He did it on the come. I get it.
Okay.
Hey, Patrick, that's pretty cool. Where was it shot, Patrick?
It was in Ohio, in Ashtabula, so outside of Cleveland. And it was in his hometown. It was a really cool hometown, too. So he basically shot this movie in his hometown on sites that were only about 5 minutes away to save money. And it saved a lot of money on making this movie because it should have been way more.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's like crazy more. But
Oh, yeah.
now Buscemi, is Buscemi related to the real famous Buscemi?
Yes, that's his brother.
They look like brothers, but the other Buscemi is the one that's like he's a major star. I forget his.
Yeah, no, he's in Fargo and Fargo and Pulp Fiction. He was actually supposed to be in the movie, but he was on Dancing with the Stars at the time, and so they got his brother.
Oh, cool! I didn't know he had a brother.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, Very, very interesting. If you ever need someone to do a stunt double for a big mouth, Mark's available at any time. At any time. Anyway, thanks a lot, man. I hope you get paid. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Can you put a lien on a film if they don't pay them? That's what I want to know. We got more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show. Got to tell you about this, though. This is really important. DenverRegen.com. They do pain relief stem cell therapy. I had it done. They're great people, by the way. Denver Regen, they have great value. They're one of the few people keeping prices down. They also do semaglutide weight loss, and they do hair growth with stem cells. DenverRegen.com.
What's better than shopping, entertainment, and giving back to a great cause? How about live remote participation in the annual Max Fun Gala? You can participate from anywhere in the world by bidding on mobile auction items, streaming the event live, and attending the Black Tie After Party for $25 with early bird tickets. Go to maxfun.org today to access tickets, shop the mobile auction, and watch the event live this Saturday. Cross some names off your holiday gift list. Give animals in need a second chance. And watch an evening of entertainment. Go to maxfun.org today.
God, I am so excited about these spots because there are three of great sponsors. Zero Res Denver, you know how I feel about them. I just love this place. They use purified, softened, crazy water. I mean, I say crazy. It's just pure water, and it's super soft, alkaline base, so it's the best cleaning agent ever. I used this water one time to dissolve super glue for my finger. Just water, I swear to God. People don't know that super soft water like this from Zero Res is a powerful cleaning agent for dirts and pathogens and all the old crap in your carpet from old cleanings. It'll clean up your carpets. It'll clean up the air in your home because none of that's getting in the air. They dry faster, stay clean longer. ZeroResDenver.com, safe for you, safe for pets, safe for kids. And they have great deals, but it doesn't matter what the deal is. It's always better for you. ZeroResDenver.com. They start at about $33 a room or a little more. They do ductwork and flat surfaces of any kind in your house, upholstery, mattresses. 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. DiscountBath.com, again, a company I love because they're putting a discount in baths, and that's pretty rare. Whether it be that rough-in area in the basement, a hallway bathroom, a master bath, or any kind of a bathroom, they will redo that at a discount and make it beautiful. They also do shower conversions, just $9,888. Think about that, the entire shower, turnkey, done, $9,888. So if you want to find out more, DiscountBath.com. Put in some information, get a link, upload video. They give you a price without ever coming to the home. DiscountBath.com. And speaking of saving money, no one, and I mean no one, beats EuroPlumbingColorado.net on plumbing prices, including hot water heaters. These water heaters start at $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank. This is unbelievable, fully installed. No plumber knows how they do it, but Europlumbing does. They just give you super discounts. EuroPlumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844.
Because y'all don't trust me.
All right.
Nope. Well, there's. No. There's no I. No up arrow. We got internet. We got an icon for ease of access, which, that's what she said. And then we've got power.
What's Kelly doing next to you? Sharing a mimosa?
Making out.
I don't have a computer.
Kelly. Oh. Uh-oh. You're going to need one, bro.
Yeah, I'll have to move Bo over when we get there. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't care about that, Kelly. No, it doesn't matter right now at all.
What's?
I've heard that Patrick before.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I like him.
Why?
I don't remember. Don't you
He
hear a
probably
voice
knows more
occasionally?
about
You go, "What the
a
fuck?"
subject than Mark does.
I don't remember why, actually.
I love everyone.
Is that what he said?
You love everyone except Justin Garcia.
Dave has to come up here and look at it. Dave, the IT guy.
I think it's funny he didn't get paid for his work in the movie.
Yeah. He works with John and Noah. Who? Dave.
He doesn't get paid for anything, Mark.
I know. The guy has trouble
He
getting
just-
paid.
Noah.
Yeah, I'd be pissed, too. He billed me for 2 addresses.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. People, thank you for being here. And Frank Duran, the real estate man, remember, will do market valuations of your home. He tells you what it will sell for based on his 30 years experience, and it's free of charge. He goes over all the elements of your home. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I have a few texts here I want to get through. One said, Tom, I'm glad you talked about journalism. I thought I was getting old and losing my ability to concentrate on articles. It's good to know that it's my allergy to clickbait. I'm telling you, have you noticed that? Has anyone noticed that? That when you read, they don't get to the point of the story. I mean, it's very disturbing. Now, here's another trend in journalism I want to mention. That's where they used to say this, okay? Listen to this. Back, let's just say the current events were happening back when I was doing some radio and TV journalism, the journalism, not the advocacy, or the newspaper reporting. And I mean not even probably 10 years ago, 12 years ago even. Not even like that far back. What they would say is something like this. President Trump claims, once again claims that he was blah, 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 or that illegal aliens in Aurora are attacking or eating dogs and cats or taking over apartment houses. Let's just say that, all right? That's what they would say. President Trump or the Trump campaign claims that there are more reports of apartment houses being taken over in Aurora, okay? They would say that. And that's the way it's done properly. Mark, what would they say today if they were doing that? What would they say?
Well, it depends who it is, but basically they'd say President Trump's a liar.
Mark, you're not. Here's what they say. The Trump campaign or President Trump once again falsely claims.
Mistruths.
Falsely claims.
Just like he did on that Biden laptop.
Apartment houses in Aurora are being taken over. Falsely claimed. Now, like nobody in journalism, now even in journalism, if you believe that, even if you did, when I was a reporter, if I ever said, President Trump or this person or that person falsely claims, they'd say, wait a minute, what do you mean falsely? And I say, well, we know it's a lie. And here's what they'd say. No, you don't determine if it's a lie. You simply report what they're saying. Let people make their own decision. But no, it doesn't happen that way. Now, you might think, what's wrong with that? It's our responsibility. Just like they said, the false laptop reports, they used to say falsely claimed or falsely claimed a lab leak
12
caused COVID.
DOJ and 15 FBI signed on to a letter saying this is Russian misinformation. That was, I think,
No, Mark, there wouldn't.
prior to the election.
Mark, there wouldn't be anything wrong with them saying, according to the FBI or according to sources, 15 FBI agents and others signed on saying it was Russian disinformation. There's nothing wrong with reporting that. But to say this, the Trump campaign or whatever is falsely is falsely claiming.
Actually, I disagree. There's a lot being wrong. There's a lot to be said about being wrong about saying that. Boy, that took a lot.
Mark,
But-
I don't know what you mean. You
Well,
can report.
I don't think I knew what I mean either. I just
Mark,
knew
what I'm
Biden.
saying is
the administration. Well, actually, at that point in time, the Bidens in the DOJ and the Obama people that are still in the FBI and DOJ were telling Zuckerberg and everybody else not to believe anything they're reading.
Mark.
They're the ones that came up with it.
Mark.
But they didn't put any of that in the stories.
No, but Mark, here's what I'm saying. If the story was, please, just listen to what I'm saying. If the story is, according to our sources, or according to the White House, or according to this, or according to that, the Hunter Biden laptop story is Russian disinformation. In fact, they claim 20 FBI agents have signed a letter to that effect. That is a report. If they say...
Yes, a report coming from... My point is, I understand it's a report, but it's coming from the Obama people.
Mark, I said... there is nothing wrong with reporting that they had sources, even if they don't reveal them, or if they say the Obama campaign or from the Biden administration. There's nothing wrong with reporting that. Where it becomes a violation of objective journalism is where they say the Trump campaign wrongly denies it is Russian disinformation, or they are promoting the laptop as genuine when it is disinformation, or they say they incorrectly call it. They in their headlines, and
Tom,
when
they simply didn't report on it. They said it was disinformation, and if you put anything on it on your Facebook or anywhere else, you were blocked and
Mark,
it was gone.
that's a whole different story. Blocking stories, not reporting things, I wasn't talking about. That's a whole different area of journalism that's wrong, because not reporting things is just as bad as reporting them inaccurately. So you're right. There are ways that people slant the news by not reporting things or by ignoring them. And you've brought that out before, and it's correct. When I said, do you think the election was stolen? You says, well, not in the way people might think. I don't think they were burning ballots or doing that, possibly, but they were slanting the news. And by the way, don't you think that Google or Bing or other people slant the algorithms when you search for things?
Oh, they prove it time after time. They do. Of course they do.
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the AI? Was it Google or was it Microsoft that it would answer good things about Biden at the time, but nothing good about Trump?
I did the experiment. I absolutely, positively. Or they would say, we don't comment on politics. And then you ask about Kamala Harris, and they say all the glowing things she's ever done. It's just amazing to me. But here's the point. When you have an anchorman, or you have people like locally, you have Kyle Clark, he loves saying incorrectly or promoted the lie, or I'm not quoting him, but things like that. Denying News loves talking about once again inaccurately reported or falsely claims. Who is it for them to say it is true or false? They're supposed to be a conduit, and this conduit is supposed to report what they're hearing. Now, obviously, there are times if you have a guy saying, hey, we found life on the moon, you don't have to say, but you don't have to say this man falsely claims he found life on the moon. You don't have to say. All you have to say is this man is claiming, he found life on Mars or life on the moon, and we have no scientists to back it up. I mean, you can then go beyond that. But why do journalists now feel they have a right to give opinions within headlines and stories? I'm not talking about talk shows like Hannity. I'm not talking about The View. They never try. In fact, the name of it's The View. They don't purport to be objective. Where the sin comes in, I feel, is where they don't tell you that they're not being objective. They give the illusion that they are news reporters, and they are not. We no longer have news reporters. We have view reporters. It's the local views. It's Denying views. It's not 9 News. It's denying views. That's what they have right now. And it sucks because you're watching a news program thinking, I'm hearing the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. By the way, I have another text here. Dan McKenzie was the guy on the other day, our estate planning attorney. And yes, he was the one talking about LLCs to hold properties. It's McKenzie Law. You can find him on the referral list, Dan McKenzie. Okay, we have more coming right up on the Troubleshooter Show. One Clear Choice Garage Doors will do all of your garage door needs with, and if you need emergency service, 24/7. And all of their prices are on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Well, right now we're dealing with that stoppage both directions of I-70 up near the Veterans Memorial Tunnels there on the east side of Idaho Springs. There's those intermittent traffic stops they've been doing the last couple of weeks here through the middays as they do that rockfall mitigation work up there, 20-minute holds at a time. So we are starting to see some pretty good backups eastbound I-70 across Idaho Springs and westbound traffic over Floyd Hill. That should be reopening here shortly. Northbound I-25, a little heavy and slow. Santa Fe getting up to Colfax, otherwise in good shape on I-25. Denver weather for today, we've got a mix of sun and clouds and a high up to 75. Right now we're at 65 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Only at Lowe's, MVP Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500. Discount on eligible product only and reflected in quote. Restrictions apply. See Pro Desk for details. MVP Pro Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms subject to change.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Frank is the guy that will tell you what your house will sell for. You know, a lot of people, before they list, they want to know, will my house sell for what I think? Will it sell for more? Will it sell for less? He can also help you with his strategy on how he prices and what he believes it will ultimately bring. It's all free of charge, no obligation ever to list. Call Frank. You'll never do better than Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622.
I need you to repeat that. Sorry. So intern temp I'm not going to use, or am I?
My God.
Okay. So you sent me domain, or do I go on to another domain? It's in USA right now. Okay, let me do that before you continue, okay?
What are they thinking?
Pardon me?
What are they thinking?
We just having to sign it in on the domain or off the domain. It's becoming it had slipped off the domain, so.
Now that's a username.
All right, so I typed in the first one, and you said you wanted me to do a password of Mountain Dew or what? The word password, capital P. Okay, hang on.
Dimitri, did you notice in all of the journalism how journalism takes forever to get to the point? Have you noticed that?
Oh, yeah, especially beginning with the headline, which is very similar to, this great trick lets you lose 20 pounds while you sleep. And then you click on the, it's clickbaity. And people like Kyle Clark and his ilk, they make conclusory statements without ever providing a single shred of supporting documentation. they're just conclusory statements. So they've all become opinion.
Denying views.
Yeah, they're just opinion. Right? So I get my news from alternative media. You know, Revolver does great original reporting and research. Citizen Free Press and Breitbart, Zero Hedge, and the Gateway Pundit, especially the Gateway Pundit. That's really great original reporting. And that's enough for me. I look at the local news stations' websites for weather.
Same Mountain Dew.
Come on, Dave. Do your magic.
Which is
I met Andrew Breitbart a few times. We had a friend in common before he died. That guy was brilliant. Great American.
said no. Trying to
Yeah, it's very disappointing.
I just had my phone away from my face. I was reading that again to make sure that I have it right.
The phone.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. Hello, Tom Martino Show. Steve the Painter? Sure, what's your name? All right.
USA
Hang on for me.
backslash. Oh wait, that's the password. So USA backslash.
Okay. Oh.
All right. It's you're. I'm getting.
Search Attorney John Fuller.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Chris, welcome to the show. What's going on, Chris?
Hey, I'd like to give a shout out to Steve, the painter guy.
He's a great guy. That's Star Quality Painting, by the way. Star Quality Painting. Steve, the painter, good guy.
Yep. I called him, and within a day or day and a half, he was here, gave me a quote, got it booked, and Milton and his crew were amazing.
Yeah, we love him. And years and years and years ago, he came on the referral list. He's been a dear friend.
Right.
I use him all the time. Thank you, Chris, for letting us know. We really believe in referralist.com for absolutely, positively sure. Let's talk now to Drew. Drew, welcome to the show. What's going on, Drew?
Yes, hi, Tom.
Hello, Drew. How are you, sir? What's happening?
Well, thank you for offering your help. I just wanted to clarify one thing. I might run out of money earlier than I thought because I forgot. My mechanic told me I need 4 new tires, and he said when he puts them on, because the car has never been repaired, that there might be some repairs. So I could run out of funds the end of December.
Hey, Drew, let me ask you, because really, honest to God, I've been doing a lot of thinking of this and trying to figure out how I'm going to word this, revise your GoFundMe and stuff. And I really need to ask this because I need to tell you this. I truly don't believe that you will probably get many people who will donate to you. I went and looked through GoFundMe, and there are so many people down on their luck, and no one's collecting money. They give to things like dogs and cats and stuff like children who have been injured or don't have health insurance and stuff like that. I'm not trying to tell you. I'm not saying to you you're not worthy, you shouldn't get help, and wouldn't it be nice if people helped you? But Drew, if you depend on GoFundMe, you're going to be homeless. You got to be proactive and try to find some help somewhere else. Can you get on social services?
Well, my friends have given me phone numbers for social services, but all they will do, if I find a cheaper rent, but that's difficult to do in New Jersey, all the social services will do is they will pay for the a security deposit. That's it. So
No. I'm talking about regular social services for food stamps, Medicaid, and maybe even a payment. It's called social services. They used to call it welfare. They do way more than pay for a security deposit. You can also you could do Section 8 housing. Have you ever tried that?
Yeah, they tell me the waiting list is at least 2 years. And
Well, you're in the wrong area of the country. You may have to move. With the money that you have now, you may want to move to an area where it's way cheaper to get a hotel room and it's way cheaper to sustain yourself, and then apply for social services in that new area where the waiting list isn't 10 miles long. Drew, I don't know how to put this other than no one can do this for you. You're going to have to be proactive or you will end up homeless.
Drew, just remind me, are you unable to work?
Yes, he is. And he's almost 80. Drew, another question. Okay. You said you were a preacher. Were you ever affiliated with a church?
To answer your question honestly, I believe in Heavenly Father, Jesus, Holy Spirit. Organized religion.
Okay.
Organized religion is not the way to go.
Okay, good. Okay, that's probably true. Drew, here's the deal. The only reason I ask that is because many of the churches, will help their own and the charities and all. But Drew, listen, and we don't need a long explanation. I heard what you just said about that. So I don't know what to do for you. I just don't. I mean, I know that I can, no matter who helps you, it's going to be temporary at best. And
yes, that's why we're hoping we prevail in the car accident case.
I don't even, you don't even know your attorney's last name. Is that right?
No, I gave it to him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mixing you up with someone else. Who did I ask to call his attorney and get an update? Did you call?
I never got a single shred of information about his attorney. I would love to give him a
Kachina, you didn't pass that information on to Dimitri? We want to get Drew's. Hold on, Drew. Drew.
We can try to.
We don't have his attorney.
Get it again, but
we want his name and number, and I'll have Deputy D call. Look, we want to try to help. I know we joke about Drew always being in trouble, always having problems, but over the years he's been faithful, listening to me. We talked years and years ago.
Tom, I think you made the best suggestion. New Jersey is one of the highest places for cost of living, and Drew's not working. There's no reason why he can't move to a place where the cost of living could be literally half of what it is.
He has to. He has no choice.
Right.
This is survival. People who don't take proaction end up on the street.
Go to some place where you can live cheaper.
I got to take this break. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Again, I want to remind you about Wave 8 Wealth Management, the company I started. The seeds go back 6 years when I started experimenting with the investing, and I hired professionals to do my portfolio only. I did a private fund as well that became official a few years ago. And then I did a registration for a full-fledged investment advisory firm, which I now have, w8wm.com. Here's what I want to tell you. I pledge every dime of my money that's investable is in this company. And also, I would never suggest anything I don't personally do, and that we give individual attention, and we are not middlemen like 98% of financial advisors. I'm sorry to say that, but that's just the truth. They take your money, they talk to you, they shake your hand, and they say that they're your advisor, but they don't advise you. They're middlemen. They place you with broker dealers. That's why when you ask them, hey, why did this go up or why did that go down? They don't know. They just don't know. And that's the sad truth about the industry. I'm the founder of Wave 8. I'm a client of Wave 8. I'm compensated through Wave 8 when we do make money. Right now, our concentration is on a few dedicated clientele. We're not going to grow to a giant firm ever. And I invite people who want this kind of attention to join me at 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. We got more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Well, right now we're dealing with that stoppage both directions of I-70 up near the Veterans Memorial Tunnels there on the east side of Idaho Springs. There's those intermittent traffic stops they've been doing the last couple of weeks here through the middays as they do that rockfall mitigation work up there, 20-minute holds at a time. So we are starting to see some pretty good backups. Eastbound I-70 across Idaho Springs and westbound traffic over Floyd Hill. That should be reopening here shortly. Northbound I-25, a little heavy and slow. Santa Fe getting up to Colfax, otherwise in good shape on I-25. Denver weather for today, we've got a mix of sun and clouds and a high up to 75. Right now we're at 65 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, Lazy Days RV is the RV authority. What does that mean? Well, they buy and sell. They have new and used. They have service departments all over the country, and they have everything from Class A motorhomes to pop-up campers. They are the place to go, the RV Authority, lazydays.com. I love it that wherever you go in the country, they usually have a place nearby, lazydays.com. Again, lazydays.com. Vestera Turnkey is an investment strategy for real estate, and in fact, I'm getting involved in that with our investment company, and I suggest you check them out. Vestera is a way to get involved in real estate as a landlord without any of the headaches, because Barry Miller, an esteemed real estate broker, takes care of the how to buy, how to sell, when to buy, when to sell. He's doubled people's money in like 2 years. He makes a positive cash flow for people, or you make the positive cash flow, I should say. It's all fully managed, fully researched. Go to the webinar, the 26th, from your home or office. When I say go, you can do it from your home or office. The 26th. Sign up for this webinar, mybiggestrureturn.com, mybiggestrureturn.com.
So that if you live in Massachusetts, somebody in Rhode Island cannot prevent you from coming into the state. What they don't realize is that the 10th Amendment gives the states powers that are not expressively given in the Constitution to the federal government. So establishing laws and rules for the use of their highways is a state's jurisdiction. So these people say, well, you know, you don't have a jurisdiction. The Constitution says I can travel. And, you know, what they should say is get on a bike, walk, get on a plane, get on a bus, on a train. You are free to travel. You're just restricted to using a motor vehicle unless they are registered appropriately. Then you can travel all you want. You go to all 50 states. But they get really, they try to, there's this whole thing about
Well,
being...
did any of them win?
I'm sorry,
What?
6'2"?
Do any of them convince the cop? Do they win on that? Or
No, a couple of times the cops will say,
because you're driving, you got
I know.
you got your hands on the wheel.
oh, the cops give them a hard time, and a lot of times they'll bust their windows because they won't give, you know, if you get stopped for a legal traffic stop.
I've always wondered that. Can they
Okay.
break your window?
Yes, if you are stopped for a legitimate reason, okay?
Probable cause.
And the cop says driver's license, insurance, registration.
Right.
You are legally obligated, even if you plead the Fifth Amendment, to give those three documents. If you don't give those three documents in a legal traffic stop, they are able to arrest you, and if arresting you means breaking a window to take physical control of you, they are legally allowed to do that.
Do you think they would tow the car with you in it? I've heard of that.
No, they will not tow the car.
They'll just break the window and drag you out. Really?
Yeah, you can't tow the car with anybody in it.
Oh, you can't.
No.
You know that.
Even repo guys can't do that.
Oh.
They're
I
called-
thought cops would tow people like DUIs that wouldn't get out of the car, that they just hook them up to the tow truck and drive them down.
Okay, I
Dimitri,
as far
we
as
have a short
I
day.
know,
Yeah.
It's
This
probably safe.
flew by. I mean, it's almost noon.
You know, I used to do a 2-hour show. Can you believe that? 2 hours.
Was that back in the 90s?
When I first started.
Oh, okay.
And when I first started, actually, the derivation of it's weird. They had a little pocket where one show would end, and Paul Harvey had a you know the rest of this 15-minute thing.
Have you seen any?
And then I would do 45 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Then it went to an hour. Then it went to 2
This guy
hours.
called the lock.
Then years later went to 3, and then
These
4.
videos on YouTube.
There's no shortage of ripoffs.
People send him locks from all over that are not
Wow.
pickable.
That's right.
And he picks it in like 30
That's right.
seconds.
That's pretty cool.
Does he have this
It's a
little
great
tool that
progression.
goes
He has a bunch of different tools.
Okay.
Yeah, advanced system settings.
I was gonna go pick that lock that I went.
I'm not going back to Drew right now, and I don't think we should at this point. I'm gonna get the attorney for Drew, please, and
Got it.
let Deputy D call. Give it to D.
But he wants your he really wants your help on
I'm going to, but I've had some other stuff come up, including
Good locks.
just all kinds of stuff.
You want me to take care of him?
Yeah. That'd be great.
You've got his information. You're giving him to deputy, right?
I used to have a great set.
Yes. Okay.
Who's the bunny? Who nicks the bunny?
10 seconds, buddy.
Yep, thanks.
That was when I ruled the world.
Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Coffee Shop Radio, and listen now.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Listen, in the few minutes we have left in this hour, I want to bring something up that I think is a cool and fascinating discussion, because someone texted me and say, "Why are you different, Tom? I mean, you have a lot of money advisors. You talk about why are you different?" And I just want to talk about one thing, just one thing that went into our AI. It's called the money index theory. Now, the money anxiety theory is what we use, money anxiety, because we have tracked, and many people smarter than me have tracked, money anxiety index to the return on stock markets. First of all, what most people do is invest on emotion. They shouldn't, but they do. But they do. That's why a lot of people make money, is because they don't. But if you follow the money anxiety index and you correlate it to the returns of, let's say, ETFs, exchange traded funds, when you do that, what you can find is a direct correlation of returns and anxiety. And as you track it, you then can go to the money, to the anxiety index. You can cross-reference it with money flowing into and out of the market. That gives you trends for money in and out. Then you can predict whether or not you need bonds or stocks to a certain extent. I'm not trying to get too brainy or too cerebral here, but it truly is a matter of knowing where money is going and what it's doing to get the general trend of the market and then act accordingly. But again, as I told you before, you're not going to find most advisors doing this for you because they don't do it. Big giant brokers do it for you. And if your advisor is going to be honest with you, they will tell you that they are not literally handling your funds. They're not. Anyway, 303-771-HELP if you want more information, 771-4357. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. We got another 2 hours to go on the show. Stick around on the Troubleshooter Network.
And it's up under the engine block.
Why don't you just hide it in Stu's purse?
Well,
I know
here's
you
the
have
other
a nice
thing now. We've got a full
Okay, Mark.
All right.
Tell Mark he's up full screen, and he's going to remain up at full screen.
Oh, right. So it's a push button key?
Yeah, it's got 5 numbers
Right.
or 6.
Did you say your dog locked you out?
Yep, of our fucking.
Okay, I got this running. I want to make sure this is working.
The lock button locked every underneath computer.
Hello, I need to talk to
By
Mark.
getting his paws up on the door.
I need to talk to Mark.
Let me bring him in here because we're having some issues with the computer.
All right, let me just let him. I just need to talk to him before I leave.
Okay, all right, hang on.
Sure did. He came out.
Okay on this page.
You know what I saw on, I saw on YouTube?
The bank still only says USA.
So I saw on YouTube a way to open your car.
All right.
If you put 5 or 6
back to the system
strips
properties
of
page with
duct tape, and then take the 2 ends and pull down on it, you get enough space to get a the window will open if you pull down on it.
Put the duct tape what on the door and push it in?
No, just on the window. You get 5 or 6 pieces of duct tape on the window, going vertical.
Right.
Then you get the 2 ends. Let's say there's 4 in the middle. 2 ends
can't hear you.
time together and pull down. The window will actually come down.
It will, even though it's
Can I get Mark, please, before I leave? This is.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, Mark. Listen, I want you to know you're up full screen with the ads running, and I'm going to leave everything running, and then I'll have my son turn it off.
Are you leaving now?
Yes. Yes.
All right, I got to go hop and get logged in. All right.
All right, babe. See ya. Thank you.
No. Oh, it's not that.
It won't. It will not. I right click and then it will not let me spit to the right. Sign out. I don't get anything.
Here you go.
I've never seen that.
Boom, boom, boom.
Okay, just watch this.
Nothing comes out.
Oh?
Just watch it.
Okay.
That's mine. Is it?
I'll give it
Did
back to
Suzanne
you.
give it to you?
Yeah, I'll give it back to you when I collect.
Not if. I like that.
You guys push me out of here.
I got to get locked into this shit.
I got USACTR doing one PSA. That's coming up as a line.
God, I haven't logged into this side in a million years. Log out.
It's more than 4 or 5. I take it back.
Kelly, are you in there?
And it pulled the window down.
Well, he said it didn't work.
Is that computer working now, Doc, by the way?
Oh, well, it's great. Thank you.
No, not your laptop, that one. Or you just never use it?
This one?
Yeah.
I don't use it. I just use it for the screener.
Can we get on the internet on these computers there, Mark?
Yeah.
What's that?
Can we get on the internet with these?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I've always been afraid to touch it because Kelly
Just
No. You can use this all you
down
want.
here.
get on my AOL.
Yeah, look.
Yep. Get on whatever you want, man.
Once you get onto Chrome, you're on the internet. But you have your tablet here, right?
I do, but I haven't been able to master the Troubleshooter email.
K5,
What do you mean?
T5, Tom 5,
Sue said she was going to show me how to
T space 5. Right. No,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have the same, no matter where. I got 3 pair of the identical ones. I just really like them. Nah, they're kind of cheap, actually. Like 30, maybe 40 bucks. They're not cheap like what we give you, but they're cheap. I don't like the heavier ones. And I don't like earbuds at all. Little picks. Little tiny. Oh, yeah. I wish I don't have the key on me. It's crazy. I went down to make a third key of it. I have 2. I was going to make a third. And one of the best locksmiths around in Castle Rock, at least, couldn't even duplicate. He simply didn't have anything even close enough with the thickness and the slides on it. It's really unique looking. And it's got a chip in it.
Oh.
So he said he could order it from Newmar, But I mean, I can do that. I can give Newmar my VIN number and they can send me one. But they're like, $400 or $500. I just wanted it as a backup to the backup.
You still have the vehicle, huh?
Oh, yeah. I won't sell that for a while. I really like that one. Oh, am I up?
Corporate IT's going to have to get in.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
They can't do it today.
That's all right. I'm here.
So if you're there, and I'll let her know that every other host is going to have to be there.
Yep. Sure. I blame Kelly. I'm almost 99.9% sure it's Kelly's fault. Or Dragon. Could be Dragon's fault.
Nope, Kelly.
Okay, he said Kelly, so it's Kelly's fault. Where is she?
Kelly?
Yeah, that's like saying, where's Waldo?
Yeah,
I
she
know.
just wanders around. She just gets up and leaves.
Yeah, I know. No computer. It's all right. This one works fine. I don't use Next Gen. Don't care about Next Gen. But yes, Next Gen is right here. I'm going to reboot this one.
Don't do that.
I think it's funny how... I'm not even going to say it.
You're going to make her...
I'm going to tell her... wait, I'm going to turn it off like this. Kelly, I'm not kidding. I rebooted. Now it won't come up. Hey, put up my first break spots, please. Ugh. I didn't work out for the last week, and I went this morning. I always feel like shit after that first day.
Oh, of course. Is that your yoga? Or
Yeah, but it's called Yoga 2.
10 seconds.
C2. It's
On our website, credit. That's credit. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only, and I mean that, the only show of its kind. What do? I'll tell you. We solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal is to make your life a little better. You know, if you do have a problem out there, maybe a bad contractor, maybe you're dealing with a hideous landlord, I think you get the idea. We get directly involved. We've got great people, great volunteers that work with us. We have companies on the referral list that help you out. We have attorneys on the referral list. Hell, we even got good dentists on the referral list at referrallist.com. But all of us together give our best effort to help you solve your problem and get your money back if you've been ripped off. And let's face it, there's a lot of bad people out there now. There are so many people out there that take money and do nothing. It's absolutely amazing to me. And that is why this show has been around over 40 years. That's not going to go around. Actually, 45 years just here in Denver. It's easy to join in. You got any questions, you need help, maybe you just want to expose some scum-sucking pig, the number is easy, 303-MARTINO. 303-MARTINO, or during the show live, you can call us at 303-713-8255. Both will come right to us, and we do have lines open right now. Guys, do we have any updates, Deputy Doc, on anything cooking right now?
Well, Michelle called this morning about her Cadillac Escalade.
Yeah, it was $11,000. She bought it from the dealership. Apparently, they had to replace the engine a few days after she bought it.
Correct.
Now it's back there, right? And it's got the same problems?
Well, I called earlier, but there was no answer on the phone. So I'm thinking a used car dealer probably is not going to be open at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I will.
I think they would be. They're probably just not answering.
Anyway, I'm going to call them after the show. If they're open, they're going to answer the phone.
Okay. And then who do we got over here? Deputy Bo. What are we working on?
Yes, I'm working with a person by the name of Pat who bought a Colorado truck from Mike Maroney Chevrolet down in Colorado Springs.
We don't get a lot of complaints on Maroney.
You know, I looked. He actually had pretty good reviews, but
what was this guy's complaint? Was it new or used?
it was a brand new truck.
Yeah.
But after a few weeks, he noticed a paint defect in the rocker panel.
Oh, I think I remember
and the
this.
door. And he just asked to see if they would fix it. The sales manager sent him to a collision center. So they negotiated a
And
price.
he took the cash.
Yeah, they offered him $1,600 cash and then $900 for some sort of a seal coat.
Was
But
he good with that, or did he really? Why would anybody? The rocker panel, you're not going to see that, right?
He showed me pictures. I really couldn't really see the defects at all. But,
Okay.
but
How
if
much
you're
did they
spending
settle for? How much?
$1,600 plus $900.
That's pretty good.
But the problem is,
And but he pocketed it,
no,
which is
he
cool.
didn't get the money, Mark, because the sales manager Jimmy, who promised him this refund or cash,
No longer works there.
No, of course, no longer works there.
So what are they saying now? Did the GM step in?
The GM will not call the Pat back. He won't call me back. So I'm at the point now of talking to Mike Maroney. I've tried to call him, so I actually sent him a letter just to see if they would honor the original deal.
Do you have the original deal in an email?
I think, unfortunately, but I think it was all done verbal.
So he doesn't even have a way of proving it.
He doesn't have anything.
Have you or
But
has he talked to the salesman that's no longer there that made the promises?
That's a good point. I did ask him to see if they could find out where Jimmy, the sales manager, went. But the service department did acknowledge this paint defect at the factory.
Well, it should still be under warranty from the manufacturer. Why is he even
That's true.
dealing with Mike Maroney anymore? Why doesn't he bring it to another dealership that isn't putting their head in the sand over a manufacturer's defect? I mean, if it's truly there, the only reason it scares me a little is you said you saw the pictures. You can't even see it. Are we sure this consumer, are we sure it's a real issue?
I believe it is because he did deal with the service department at Mike Maroney.
And they said it
did
was.
They did acknowledge
According to him.
According to Pat, the caller.
What kind of vehicle is it?
It's a 2023 Chevy Colorado. Paid $60,000 for it.
Jeez Louise. I wonder who he should bring that to. I don't know if there's two Chevy dealers in the Springs.
Mike Maroney has two dealerships. I'm going to give
Well,
Mike
it doesn't
Maroney.
even matter about Mike Maroney. I'm saying maybe he should bring it to a completely different Chevy dealership and see if they can just do the warranty work. Maybe one that has their own collision center.
That is a very good point, Mark. I will call and mention that to him because you're right. If it's done at the factory, not at the dealership.
Yeah,
So
I
maybe-
mean,
okay.
we should be able to figure that out. Okay, let's
good.
go. Let's hit the phones. 303-713-8255. Well, real quick, I'll go to Ed after that, but it's kind of weird. I'm twisted around. I'm sitting in a different seat because the computer broke. Yeah, and the mic's on the opposite side. It's kind of freaking me out over here. But do you have anything else?
Champion Windows, I'm still working. to
Okay,
get
hold
an
on.
answer.
I want to update everybody on them because, in my opinion, Champion Windows sucks. I have never seen so many complaints on one company after they sold. Ever have I ever seen that in 20 plus years. Hey, Ed, what's going on with you? Ed?
Oh, yes. Sorry, there was a static when
No,
you
no
switched over.
problem, man. I got you good. What's going on?
So my wife and I are homeowners in a small Spanish Hills subdivision up in unincorporated Boulder outside of where the Marshall Burn area was.
Oh, wow.
Just adjacent to it. And
Were you
there's,
guys affected?
we stayed in, fought the fires, and stopped 3 houses from us.
Oh, wow, man. Okay, so what's going on?
We got a couple ditches, irrigation ditches that come through, and they've got easements on our properties. And we've got 17 homeowners that are currently affected, including ours, where the ditch comes through our property, and they believe that they have unfeathered access to our property, to the ditches, and we're not disputing their ability to clear and clean to keep the ditches open for water flow. The problem comes in is they have now notified us, and they are coming through, and we've been trying to work with them and taking out 30-year-old trees, 20, 30-foot cottonwoods and stuff, and they're just basically taking trees and bushes and stuff that are adjacent to the property.
Who actually
that are-
owns this ditch? Is it like the water district? Is it like stormwater runoff? What is it?
Each homeowner owns their prospective amount of land of where the ditch passes through. They
Yeah.
have what they're saying an unfeathered easement that they can control.
So
and
who's
dictate
they? That's
and
Mark.
do
wants to know.
Who
Who's
is
they?
they? Who has the easement in
They
place?
is the ditch companies. So there's one called the Marshall Ditch.
Got it.
And there's another one, I don't know if it's Left Hand Ditch or my wife would know that. She's actually president of our association. And then there's a bigger homeowner grouping in our subdivision that are not of our association of 40 homes or something.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find out, to me, there should be a limited amount of access that they have to keep the ditch open and not on the 14-foot adjacent pathways that they get, because they can access. There's no dispute on that, to keep their ditch clean. But now they're going with, they haven't done this in 30, 40 years. We've lived there 12. And there's all these trees that are major trees, and they've deemed, and this is by an independent contractor that says he has the authority, and we have never been given a letter.
What does he state the authorities from?
That from the ditch company, that they hire him as an independent contractor to come through and arbitrarily determine what trees and brush needs to come down. And he's out there with big, heavy construction equipment, a backhoe, and then a front end loader with a backhoe on it that's a larger, has a 20-foot kind of boom on the back of it. And so they're just going to town, taking, and again, we're not disputing the brush that may be on the banks of the ditches.
Yeah.
But it's the heavy amount of trees that they are indiscriminately going along and taking and cutting down. And if they were to damage property, we have no authority to get a certificate of insurance to make sure they've got liability, because he deems that he can do whatever he wants to do, and the ditch company gives him that authority.
Well,
and so we don't know where to go.
Let me ask you a few things, Ed.
Yeah.
First of all, have you looked at the easement itself, how it's written, just on your property? Forget about your neighbors for a minute.
Yeah.
And then what does
I'm
it say?
inclined-
Are they? Really, everything is going to come down to what they're allowed to do in that easement. If you're telling me they're bringing in huge equipment and running it, let's just say in your backyard, part of your backyard that's not on the easement, that would be a problem. If these trees have nothing to do with the easement, that could be a problem. But if everything is covered by that easement, I'm not quite sure you have a leg to stand on here. So have you looked at that?
That's my next step, is to pursue that. This just commenced on Monday, Tuesday, and I was out of town Monday.
Got it.
And I think they started Tuesday afternoon. And so I've actually, within our property, because they will just leave 100% of the debris that they create piled on the adjacent banks, and it's yours to deal with. They don't even they're not even compelled to remove the debris that they take down of trees or brush or whatever. So I've been working with a trailer that I had access to each day get the brush.
Well, have you pulled your easement though? Have you looked at your deed?
That's what I'm in the process of doing now. I was listening to your show, and I thought, well, I'll put in a call to
that's
you guys.
cool. And I'm going to actually bring up one of our real estate attorneys, or I'm going to try to have Kelly reach out to her, because I've got some questions, but a lot of them are going to come back to what's in that easement. But I am curious, when you say all the trees they cut down, the shrubs, whatever it is, where do they pile them? Is it on your property or like behind the easement? Kind of paint a picture of where it is.
Yeah, they pile it on the adjacent banks to the ditch itself, which are
Who owns that?
Each individual owner owns the land either up to or into the center of the ditch or through it, depending on how the ditch winds through the neighborhood.
Got it.
But it's all private property owned, but they have what they're deeming unfeathered access.
Is there any
by the
debris that's put on your property, Ed?
Well, you're saying it is his property.
Yeah. So there's
Yeah,
debris put on your property, correct?
So, for instance, some of the ditch levels on one side might be higher than the other, so they access where it's easiest for them, or they go down.
Yeah, no, I get that. What we really got to do is look at that easement, but I would like to try to get a
I'm
Brad
not telling
O'Brien.
you what to do, but I'll tell you what I would do. I would push that brush right into their ditch.
Well, that's not going to help anybody.
We don't know that's what we don't know the legal implications of that, because and my thing is I don't deny them to be able to clear and keep the ditch pathway open. The part to me is that all the debris they removed isn't theirs to actually dispose of, and versus ours. And the other point is that as they deem that it's unfeathered, they can do whatever they want at whatever point off.
Well,
the easement
it that
they were
very
going.
well could be in the easement. That's kind of what I'm saying. Can
That's
you
why
hop
that's-
on the Boulder website and see if you can pull the information on these where your deed's filed?
Ed, what is the name of the ditch company?
He said it.
I think this one is the Marshall.
Okay,
ditch.
I have a ditch that runs through my properties. Ran through the agricultural ditch company, and most ditches in Colorado have a 5 to 8 foot easement on each side of the ditch, and they're totally entitled to cut any debris within their 5 to 8 foot easement, and
every bit of that will be in his easement.
Yes. And you may have a 10-foot easement. I would just call the Marshall Ditch
All
Company.
right, hold on, Ed. I got to take this break. Hold on. We're going to try to get Brad O'Brien up, too, for some general questions. All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. Hang tight. We'll be right back.
Ditched a lady who was not being very comforting to me. Does that count?
Ditch. You ditched her. Huh? Then she wrote a bad review about you on Match.com.
No, this wasn't a Match.com thing.
Oh.
Vestera.
Yeah, those ditch people. I have a ditch.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Why are they having a drum concert?
You got to join us for this movie. The guys over at Become the Banker are setting up. It's going to be in Parker at the AMC. It's 100% free. In fact, concessions are included. And it's an actual real Hollywood-style movie. And what it talks about is different things with Social Security and retirement. It's very interesting. It's actually done very good. It's not a boring deal. And you get to meet us. What else can I say there? So I want you to go sign up now. There's only a certain amount of seats in the theater, but it's mymoneymyway.com. You go to mymoneymyway.com. It's Thursday, October 24th at 7 o'clock at the AMC 20 Mile. But you have to sign up and get that seat reserved. It's going to be a good time. Like I said, the concessions are all included. You're going to meet some great people. And more importantly than anything, a lot of information on retiring and what to expect from Social Security and what to expect on the cost of living. Check it out, mymoneymyway.com. That's mymoneymyway.com. Go there right now, get set up, get signed up. Okay, now, a seminar coming up, and this is about property and the benefits of investing in real estate. But let's say you're one of these people that lack a lot of knowledge in it, and you think you kind of missed the boat. This seminar is going to be for you. In fact, it's a pretty cool deal. This guy, over the years, has made people a fortune in money through real estate, and he can actually do that for you, too. I want you to check him out. Go to Vester, that's Vester, at turnkey.com. Vester at turnkey.com, and check it out. I wish he had another website. I don't like that one. Oh, here we go. Check this out. You can register mybiggestreturn.com. Now, that one's simple. Get signed up. It's coming up on 10/26. That's about a week from now or 8-9 days from now. mybiggestreturn.com. You want to learn how to invest in real estate where someone else is doing all the hard work. It's safe, it's secure, and it's from a man that we have trusted for more than 30 years. Get signed up right now at mybiggestreturn.com.
Yeah. He's very pissed off at Fix-It 24/7.
Yeah.
And I've given all the bromides and everything, and he's basically calling me a hypocrite.
What's he want? Well, who's on 3?
I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
But, he wants to talk to you off air if you want to take
Well, what does he want to talk about?
Because apparently Fix-It ripped him off.
How? What does that mean?
He believes that he was overcharged for something and that we're not putting him on the air because it's a paying sponsor.
I'll put him on. Fuck him. I don't care. I'll put him on. I'll put anybody on. Put him on. Thank you.
You know,
And then put up 3.
when I refer people, friends of mine,
Yeah.
and this has happened at least 3 times.
Yeah, Kelly,
Where-
I appreciate you always asking, but when I'm doing it, really, I don't give a shit. Put them up. I mean, give me a heads up. I'd like to know what his problem is because I know for a fact they didn't, quote, rip him off. It just doesn't happen.
I always tell people I will guarantee the quality and the accessibility if something goes wrong, but I don't guarantee the price. That's between you and them. But if the work gets done, it will be done properly.
Right.
And there is accountability. I've had a couple
I
of
got a
people
story
who,
about that one, Doc. Yeah.
I forget which company it was. Sent out to my friend's house. Had some weird chandelier that had to be put up, and 1 or 2 other things. And then the rest of the house, he had fixtures and everything.
Oh, good. He's
Hey,
gone.
Dragon.
Yay.
Our guy.
Can you note? I don't know how you would note this, or maybe I got to send it to
Some other company.
Jess or somebody, but those 2 I just did
Your
back to
company
back.
was
They're
hired?
both financial. They really shouldn't
But
be
they
in the
did a good
same
job,
block.
right?
No, he said he did a great job with
You
it,
know,
but they did.
that would be helpful if we had somebody programming the spots that worked in this
What they were going
state.
to do.
In the state, okay. I'm just gonna send it to Chris.
Yeah, because the same thing happened the other day with like Fix It and like Plumline or something.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean this guy?
Yeah.
Or 888 and Fix It or something. Yeah.
Boiler I did for my cousin. Pisses me off. I'll tell you about it.
What break was that? 12:15.
12:15. The bitch issue.
Hold on for me.
What's the bitch issue? Hey, what happened to the guy that wanted to bitch? Did he hang up?
Yep.
Why? Did you tell him I wanted to come him on?
He had already left.
You have to understand the total power.
Did you get his phone number? If he calls back, just put him on if I'm here.
He was on 2, right? That should be. No, is that the Martino number?
That's the Martino number.
Damn.
Mark, what does that device do?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What does that device do that you had, that little box?
It's nothing but a timer.
Oh, so it tells you when you need to do your spots?
Yeah, so once we're past noon, I am no longer in
Syndication.
I'm losing it.
Syndication.
Hold on, I gotta finish
Yeah,
this
yeah.
email.
You didn't tell me
I'll
about
totally forget what companies
I didn't know
just
you were
did.
typing something.
Network syndication.
What was that last company called? I got it.
Okay.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Kelly, who called during the break? They had a problem with one of our referral list members.
Yes.
I have got no problem ever taking a call if you got an issue on it.
Sure.
And then he hung up. What's his name? Do you even know?
Bob.
Okay, Bob, call back, man. I'm happy to talk to you if you got a problem with something, so call back. How else can I put it? There you go. Call back. Now, 303-713-8255. We had Ed call up. Ed's got a question on the ditch company that's got a ditch running through, and I'm recapping this a lot for our attorney that's on too, Brad O'Brien. But here's the bottom line. There's a ditch that runs through numerous properties where Ed lives, and a company has showed up very recently, Brad, that is a subcontractor for the ditch company, and he can tell you what the name of the ditch company is if you need it. But they're, of course, using their easement, and Ed has not looked at his easement yet, so I wish I did have that info, but I don't. But here's the bottom line on it, Brad. They're basically cutting down trees, shrubs, other things, and then they're piling the stuff up And Ed, are they piling the stuff up on your property or on the easement part or behind it?
In the case of our property, since the path that they have part of the easement on is higher elevation by several feet than we have an adjacent church, they have accessed the church side and have piled it up there. I have proactively been hauling it away because I have access, but as they continue down through the other 15 neighbors that we have, there are neighbors that have no capacity to do anything with the waste, and they will be dumping it in their backyards, keeping their access point clear.
So, Brad, let me ask you this. So, if a company, I'm sure you've dealt with ditch companies before. I mean, my goodness, they're everywhere. If they do have a proper easement and they're cutting down stuff, where do you figure out who has to deal with whatever's getting cut down? I mean, you would think they would if they're cutting it down, but Ed's saying they're just leaving it piled up in people's yards.
Well, Mark, I would start with looking at the actual easement document.
Yeah, I know.
What rights they have to maintain, and if there's anything in there on this topic. Is it an exclusive use easement or is it non-exclusive? So
he doesn't know, but
questions.
He's being told that they have unfettered access.
Okay. Well, also, if they're leaving debris behind that causes interference with another permitted user of the easement area, then that may be a violation of their easement rights.
You know, Brad, just if he gets his copy of the easement, and I assume that's generally filed with the deed, right? He's up in Boulder County, if that helps.
Yes, that's very important to actually the actual easement document.
Yeah, so what would you charge to look at that if he had questions about it? Like if he sent you a picture saying, here's what my neighbor's yard looks like right now after they were done, here's the actual easement on it, or his own, whoever's it is. And, I mean, what do you typically charge? I mean, is that like an hour's worth of work or what?
Yeah, that'd be typically an hour of my time, unless it's a really long one.
Okay.
If it's like a 50-page document for some reason,
well, of course,
much longer. Yeah.
But let's say that they're doing something wrong in your eyes. In other words, let's say they're supposed to clean it up and they're not cleaning it up. What would the next step be in order to enforce what the easement's supposed to be there for?
Well, I help my clients avoid going to court if possible. So we start off with a letter, giving people, being cordial, give them the benefit of the doubt. You don't need to be mean and nasty at the beginning. So we would send them a letter just asking them to please remove the debris that they left behind and see if that resolves it.
Okay, that sounds good. Ed, you got any questions while we have Brad on?
Watch you there for a minute. No questions yet because I would have to get the easement, but I would.
Do you know how to get the easement, Brad? What's the easiest? Do you know if Boulder County, is that something he could get online, or you don't know?
Yeah, you can go to the clerk and recorder and download it if you have the right information.
So I would just go download it, then read it yourself, and if you want, send it over to Brad. Maybe you and a few of your neighbors chip in. It's only going to be 1 hour unless if it's crazy long, and get a real idea. And then if they are doing something wrong, Brad can write one of those nasty letters no one wants to get from an attorney.
Right. So that's good. How can I get all of Brad's information?
Well, I'm going to give you his phone number right now, 720-370-7388. You can also just start typing in Brad O'Brien at referralist.com, or his website is olslaw.com. And I appreciate that. I'll give it out one more time, 720-370-7388. Hey, Brad, real quick while I have you, when it comes to the different changes that have gone through Colorado in general, but maybe even more in particular when it comes to renting in Denver, there is a lot of different rules in Denver than there is in, say, Castle Rock. Is that correct, or are they all the same when it comes to raising rents and some of the new tenant-landlord issues that have been passed?
Well, on a statewide level in Colorado, the landlord-tenant laws have been in a state of constant change for the last 3 years. So it's
massive.
Yeah, but Denver in particular, it has some particular requirements because rentals need to be licensed in Denver.
Has that changed a lot? Do you think ultimately having to be licensed to be or have a rental, is it the landlord that's actually licensed?
Well, the rental property is licensed, and the landlord has to get that. The big thing is that.
How much does that cost roughly?
Well, the problem is there's an inspection process for rentals in Denver where you have to have a property inspector come in and see if it meets code to be a rental, and sometimes that might drive. You might have to hire a contractor to get those.
Well, hold on a second, Brad. I guess I didn't realize that. What happens if I've had an older house in Denver that's been around for, I don't know, 50 years, and I've had tenants there forever, and now all of a sudden I've got to register this house with Denver? Do they still, am I kind of grandfathered in till something breaks, say like a water heater, or do I have to bring everything up to current code all at once, or how does that work?
Well, at this point, all rentals in Denver have to be licensed. There may be an exception for owner-occupied, but there was a 2-year phase-in where bigger units had to be licensed the first year, and now we're already in and past the second year where the smaller ones have to be licensed.
Okay, I got you, man. That's crazy. Anybody out there that's a landlord that doesn't know about all these changes, especially in Denver, but in Colorado in general, one of the things Brad can do is he can actually look through your current lease, make sure it's up to date with all the different changes. And it doesn't matter if it's a commercial lease or residential, basically any kind of lease whatsoever. Just make sure it's proper. He can also help you with closing docs. And my goodness, if you're looking to lease a commercial property or possibly even a house or something, talk to Brad. Honestly, if you've never looked at a lease, don't understand basic words like CAM, and I'm not going to get into what that is, but a lot of times you need an attorney to look over something you're entering into, and that's our guy, Brad. You can check him out at 720-370-7388. I appreciate it, Brad. You have a good day. Troy's got a comment on the ditch I'm going to take right after this. We have 2 lines open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. I want to hear from you and your problems right now.
You want a water, Mark?
What's that?
You want water?
Nah, I'm all right.
Where's Tommy?
Yeah, where did he go?
I think bringing Dolce somewhere. The guaranteed best pricing anywhere on water heaters, repiping of your entire house, garbage disposal, sump pumps. Dimitar and the gang at Euro Plumbing absolutely have the best deals out there on those things. It's a great company. They've been around more than 10 years. Same day installation on a lot of water heaters depending on your area. 40-gallon water heaters, $1,399. That's a Rheem or an A.O. Smith. They all have 6-year warranties. That includes basic installation, delivery, haul away, new water supply lines, gas flex lines. It's the whole kit and caboodle. If you want a 50-gallon at $100, $14.99, you're not going to get a better deal. Check them out at europlumbingcolorado.net. europlumbingcolorado.net, or call them at 303-668-6844. That's Euro Plumbing. Now I want to tell you about an attorney I hope you never, ever, ever need. Joseph A. Lazara. He's a criminal defense attorney. He specializes in assault, domestic violence, DUIs, but he handles every case you can imagine when it comes to criminal defense. Look, a lot of times you might be accused of something and you need an attorney that can get up and fight for you in front of a jury and be on your side and hold your hand and get you through that case. Maybe you were falsely accused, or you messed up. And if you messed up, you still need that attorney to get the best possible deal you can get with that district attorney. And Joe knows them all. He's been in Colorado for years and years. He knows the judges. They all respect him. He knows the DAs. He knows the other counsel around town. Free consultations, flat rate pricing on a lot of stuff. Give Joe a call, or actually write down this number. If you find yourself in a bind, you're going to want it. 303-429-6200. Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200. Please take a minute right now. Put that in your phone. That's how important this is, because when you do get in trouble or find someone that you know gets in trouble, you're going to want the number. Joseph Lazara, 303-429-6200. What's that?
You do those ads pretty good.
I'm a little out of practice right now. I got to get my zone, man. He's got to go on vacation for a couple weeks. Then I get my zone on.
Thomas going on?
Yeah, soon, hopefully.
Is he getting out of here? Going out of town?
I'm hoping Italy, but I don't know where the hell he's going.
Italy? I want to go to Italy.
Well, he is Italian. I told him there's a Pizza Hut in Parker.
Taking a family?
I don't know. I think he's going to take a nice trip with his daughter, actually. I don't know if his son would go, too. I think if they went to Italy or something. I mean, he can look up his family and stuff, you know?
Do you know what part of Italy his family's from?
No idea. I would assume Sicily, but it's a total assumption. I thought he said that one time.
Yeah, my folks did that. They went to Sicily.
Did they look up relatives?
Well, they never know them, but there were a lot of people with the same name.
Yeah.
I did. My wife and I went to Italy 15 years ago, and I got to go see the church where my grandparents were married in. That was pretty cool.
We went 3 weeks. We loved it.
Yeah, we spent a couple of weeks there. I'd like to go back. My folks are from Potenza, Italy.
We took the
of Naples.
ferry over to Sicily. They had a garbage strike at the time, which was a little odd, but it was still fun.
Oh, that's good. You took a boat to Sicily?
Yeah, well, we were on a bus. The bus went on to the ferry, and then we all had rooms on the ferry to go over to Sicily.
Oh, see, I've never been to Sicily.
And then what's the one where the volcano went off?
Mount Vesuvius?
Yeah, but what's the name of that
Pompeii?
town? Oh, my God, that was my favorite.
It's on the mainland.
Yeah, no, that's on the mainland.
Did you go tour the
Sicily.
old ruins?
What?
Did you tour the ruins?
Yeah, it was great. It was my
I did.
favorite part.
It was my favorite part, too. In fact, we went back an extra day.
It was unbelievable. You can just see it. You're like, oh, shit. You can picture, like, all this lava coming down and people running down to the ocean.
Good
They
afternoon.
died
Thanks
within
for calling the Tom
And then
Martino
all
Show.
those cavities they have that are
Yeah, the
exactly like the bodies.
What's that? I guess I just took the air out of the lungs at first.
It was horrible.
Yeah, they had cavities of people having sex.
Yeah, everywhere.
I mean, just in the act.
And they were talk about partiers, man. They had like
And you said your name
orgies.
was
Some of the richer homes had orgy rooms.
And it was a appliance factory
I
outlet.
guess so.
And it'll probably that volcano will probably blow up again.
They're a
with
perfect
Appliance
example
factory
of
outlets?
overextending
Just hang
a
up on me.
very strong army. They just went too far and they crumbled.
It's very hard to control indigenous populations.
It's almost
And they lost their
just
language,
look at the Middle East. I think we've learned it's next to impossible.
In Italy, the Romans lost their language. They couldn't control the people, the language.
The Middle East was all because of the UN. If they had been more, really, if they had been more knowledgeable, they would have partitioned it very differently.
Got Vestera, and
That's where the big final war is going to start, Doc, in the Middle East. I just think they should have put Israel somewhere else.
10 seconds, guys.
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Search for Attorney John Fuller.
630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. You've got a question, we want to hear from you. You got a problem, we want to hear from you. 303 Martino, that number works on and off the air. You can always email us at help@troubleshooter.com. I think I'm pretty much done with Ed. I'll make sure. Ed, you got everything you need, right? You got the attorney's number. I can drop you, right?
Yeah, I was just waiting to hear the follow-up. You said you had somebody to go to after the break.
Oh, yeah, hold on. I got Troy. You're absolutely right. Let me keep you up. He says he's got some insight on this. Hey, Troy, what say you about this ditch? Have you had to deal with one, or do you work for a ditch company, or what?
Hey, Mark. Yeah, I think you might remember. I've fought with the county for over 15 years.
Who? What county?
El Paso County.
Okay.
So, and I spent 15 years fighting with the county over drainage issues and ditch issues, and ended up getting the county to solve the problem with $1 million project. My advice is, no matter how frustrating it gets, find out who is responsible for the drainage, because it's really the drainage. What they've done is they've hired a company.
Yeah, but I don't think Ed's problem. I do know who you are now that I think about it, Troy. But I think Ed's problem, and Ed kind of tell me if I'm wrong, but your main issue is they're leaving debris. You understand they've got to come through and maintain, but you're not having any kind of flooding issues or anything else. Your main issue is they're leaving debris everywhere.
Yeah, there's the potential of all the debris they're leaving and the unfeathered access to determine which trees that they've left for 25 and 30 years, and why is it a problem now that they're taking these trees from people's yards, even though it may be along or just in.
Yeah, and once again, I highly doubt that's up to you to decide what they take or not. But you've got to just pull all the information from that deed and go from there. But I appreciate both of you, and hopefully.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead, Troy.
Mark, you got to. Yeah, like all of the problems, I'm an avid listener to this show. I find it very entertaining. But like all problems, you got to have a cool head. You got to work with whoever has the easement, because he's right now dealing with just a dumb contractor that was given a contract to go clear.
Yeah, I agree. And so he's just looking into it.
He's got to get a hold of the guy who hired the contractor, right?
Yeah.
And build that relationship and say, hey, come out, let's talk about it, let's walk.
And honestly, Troy brings something up. Ed, let me ask you this. I understand you got back from a trip, you see all this stuff, and you got rid of the debris, that you had access to, where you said some of your neighbors won't have that kind of access to a trailer or whatever. But are you sure another company might be coming around to actually clear the debris?
Yes, we had preemptive meetings with this contractor walking the ditch line. Then he came out independently on his own and indiscriminately made the selections and marked the trees they were taking. And so the ditch company themselves have not presented themselves to be a part of this process. They're behind the scenes.
Well, I like everything Troy said, and Troy, I appreciate your input on that. Work with these guys, get with the actual ditch company. But the first thing you've got to do, and I'm beating a dead horse here, you got to get a copy of that easement. Now, Alan, what is going on with you and Appliance Factory Outlet? I've never had anybody call this show and say, hey, I had the best time at Appliance Factory Outlet. But I'll tell you this, it's ticked up quite a bit. Kelly, how many Appliance Factory Outlet in, let's say, the last 3 or 4 months? Because we used to get them all the time, then they kind of settled down, and now we get them left and right.
We've had probably 5 in the last 3
Short
weeks.
time. So what is your problem, Alan?
Well, my problem is I bought an extended warranty on a scratch and dent refrigerator. It's brand new, about 5 days before the warranty ran out, I showed up at their shop talking about my refrigerator not working. It shut off a time or two before that, but I just thought it was.
When you say it
normal
shuts
work.
off, what do you mean? Oh, I just looked at the clock. Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm going to come right back to you after this. I got to take it so I can give you some time before we take the long break. 303-713-8255. Two lines open. We'll be right back.
Okay, what's your name?
Yeah, I've worked on 2 appliance factory outlet cases.
What's that?
Couldn't get a
Hang on for me.
I've worked on
and
2
Tom
appliance
will be-
factory.
or, I'm sorry, Mark. Will be
You
with
have?
momentarily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you remember the updates?
Okay. Hold on.
One I got a resolution on.
We'll do it. We're going to talk about it. Hold on.
I think the Speed Queen washer that I
Was
took
that-
care of was also factory outlet.
Always do that this time.
I think you're right. I remember thinking Speed Queen. Hell, I haven't heard that forever.
Didn't think Speed Queen was
No,
still
it's
in
like,
business.
yeah.
They used to make it.
You know what's amazing? They still sell Kenmore.
Oh, they do. Huh.
I just have no idea who owns it. Okay, hold on.
Anyway, with the Speed Queen, I got resolved through Speed Queen, not through.
You did it through.
That's who the warranty was from.
Why did that play first? Oh, Kelly, you're no, Kelly did it.
Yeah.
All the time.
Gravina. Let me tell you something about this company you probably didn't know. I'm sure you've heard that. GravinaWindows.com. But Larry Gravina started this 1972. Okay, and he started working for his father. But check this out. Over 100,000 successful projects. On top of that, 50 different lines of windows. I don't care if it's a fix and flip house or a $20 million home in Aspen. These guys have the line of windows you want. They do everything as well when it comes to doors. A simple sliding glass door for, say, $1,000, up to beautiful French entry doors for the exterior of your house. These guys have it, and they do siding as one, and they can just help you out. They give free estimates, and I just love the fact this company has been around so long. Same name, same family. In fact, Nick is running it now. He joined his dad years and years ago. He's been in the business over 25 years. Don't ever ask him at a Christmas party about your windows, because I will say this. He knows so much about windows. It's scary, but it's boring. But he's the best guy out there to ask. Give these guys a call, 303-472-8462. Great pricing, great products, impeccable service, a great company, Gravina's Windows and Siding. Check them out at GravinaWindows.com. Now, I'm going to tell you about Integra. You know what I love about John? John Sr., John Jr. works for his dad over there. Day, she's one of the owners, and the entire staff over there. When it comes to picking out the right Medicare supplements, the right Medicare plan for you, these guys will give you all the information. It doesn't cost you anything, and they're honest. They're going to tell you about all the different plans. Unlike these 800 numbers you see on TV, they want to sell you particular plans where they make more commission. There, I'll be the first to actually say it, and it's true. A lot of people are pushed into plans that aren't right for them. These guys are always going to be honest with you. They're going to tell you the best plan. Open enrollment starts really soon. Please call these guys up. They're like 30 years in the health insurance business. And no matter what you have right now, don't assume it's the best, and don't assume it will be automatically renewed. I'm telling you, don't try to get lost in this maze by yourself. Call up John. This guy is an expert, and I mean expert on Medicare. The whole family's unbelievable. They can help you on the exchange when open enrollment starts there. But please, go with Integra Insurance. You're going to be calling up the show and thanking me for the best advice you ever got when it comes to your health care. They make it simple, they make it smart, and they're honest and they're looking out for you. I promise you'll be calling up thanking me. 303-466-5500. Deputy?
Don't be fooled by sound-alike companies.
No,
This
good
is
point.
Integra. They have done a remarkable job with me and people that I've referred to them.
These guys are great. Doc says it just how it is. I've been using Integra personally for 10 plus years. Doc uses them. Tom uses them. They're just great. Don't go with the riffraff. Call these guys. 303-466-5500.
You know, there's something now they're doing integrity. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I know. You don't say the other
I
companies.
didn't. That's why.
No, you did very well.
443-0888. I got it.
Big bucks. You make
That's why you get
Does
the
he get the same salary as me?
Yes. Actually, he pays us.
Okay.
Does that make you feel better?
I think seniority should get. I should get a little more.
He pays us. Okay, I got to find that warranty from these appliance factory outlet warranties. Their warranty is the funniest thing I've ever read.
They issue 5 days before the warranty ran out.
Terms of service. ApplianceFactory.com. Yeah, this is it. Where is this warranty from hell? It's the best warranty ever. Our service are provided on an as-is or as-available basis. You expressly agree that use of any service offered by us is at your sole risk to the fullest extent permissible, pursuant to applicable laws. We disclaim all warranties of any kind, whether express or implied, including without limitation any warranty of merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, or non-infringement. We do not make any warranty that our service will meet your requirements. It's the best warranty ever.
God, I want to buy an appliance from them this afternoon.
It's really the best warranty ever. It basically says we have no warranty.
It says basically it's as is.
Yeah,
It does say as is or as available.
And when we get around to it, too.
I bought a stove from them because when I was selling my house, if I moved into this one, my real estate agent said, "You know what? That stove you have just doesn't like. You need a white."
Did you
stove,
just almost pull a Tom?
blah, blah, blah." So I went there, I put a stove in, and I didn't care about it because I sold the house.
Right.
I mean, the stove was working perfectly when I put it in. So
Then what happened?
No, nothing that I know
you,
about.
You just threw it in there because your realtor wanted a white stove.
Yeah, because he said it matched.
They go on to say, listen to this. We do not make any warranty regarding any goods or services purchased or obtained through us from any service offered by us or any transaction entered into by us. That's unbelievable.
It should say, appliance factory warehouse, buyer beware.
I just can't believe it.
Everything on our sales floor, as is.
So King Rat said, "What's the best part of being a test tube baby?" And she said, "Because you get a room with a view." And I said, "No, it's where you don't have to buy a present on Father's Day."
They even say that listen to this. We do not make any warranty that our services will meet requirements or that our services offered by us will be uninterrupted, timely, secure, error-free, or that defects, if any, will be corrected. All right, listen, we have got a lot coming up. What do I have, about 30 seconds? When I read this warranty after the break, right on ApplianceFactory.com, you're going to be blown away by what I refer to as the worst warranty ever. We got another hour coming up.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again. And now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Hello, Steve Powers here from Audi Denver. We have close to 200 Audi Q4 e-tron and e-tron Sportbacks available to drive home today. We offer Q4 e-tron lease payments starting at $330 a month for 24 months. Go the distance with e-tron innovation today at Audi Denver and Littleton. Say hi to Aaron and his knowledgeable team today. The ideal shopping experience awaits you with a personal test drive at 6060 South Broadway in Littleton, or visit AudiDenver.com to schedule an appointment with Colorado's premier Audi dealership.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. Hamas leader killed. I'm Mike Dubusky. Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar, one of the architects of the attack on Israel last October, has been killed. It happened on the Gaza Strip this morning during a firefight between Hamas militants and Israeli forces. ABC's Tom Sufi-Burridge is in Tel Aviv.
We know since July, when the overall head of Hamas was killed, he then became the top boss for Hamas, and he basically, according to U.S. officials, had the deciding vote in those ceasefire negotiations with Israel on Hamas's side.
Israeli officials have said Sinwar's death could be a step toward ending the fighting in the region. Vice President Kamala Harris commented on Sinwar's death.
I can only hope that the families of the victims of Hamas feel a sense and measure of relief.
President Biden, meanwhile, on a trip to Germany right now, has been briefed on this situation. This is ABC News. The FAA is investigating after an incident at the airport in San Diego.
In another mistake made involving a U.S. runway, Southwest Flight 1478 was cleared to take off from San Diego seconds after another Southwest plane was cleared to cross that same runway. The air traffic controller told Flight 1478 to abort its takeoff.
Cancel takeoff plans for Southwest 1478.
South 1478 is rejected. The plane that was cleared to cross the runway never actually crossed and instead stayed in place. Flight 1478 stopped its takeoff roll. Nobody was injured. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A new study finds standing desks aren't as healthy as you might think. Researchers at the University of Sydney found that using them, standing for long periods of time, can raise your risk for circulatory problems and varicose veins. But sitting all day isn't any better. Experts say whether you sit or stand for long periods of time, you should move throughout the day. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hey, sis. Missed you this morning. Kim told me you weren't feeling well, so I'm just doing a self-care check.
Oh, thank you, friend.
How you doing?
Girl, listen, my energy was so low because I didn't eat breakfast when I got up, so I had to miss virtual yoga with y'all.
Trust me, I understand.
But I'm doing much better now that I've eaten, so I'm back on track.
Great. In that case, let's get some steps in tonight. I'll come over and we can walk around the lake.
Sounds good. Appreciate you being in my business, too. Now, let me get in yours. Did you check your blood pressure today?
I did that and my squats, okay?
Okay.
High blood pressure is not going to be my friend if I can help it. See you at 6?
Let's get it. See you.
Sorry, guys. Kelly hit the button. Sorry about that. Kelly just constantly... I mean, Dragon, if you had to guess how many times Kelly screws up something you're doing, I mean, are we talking like 5 times a day or 20?
At least. I mean, we're talking... I mean, it's a 4-hour show, multiple times an hour, so we're pushing the 20 mark.
We're getting up there. I know. It's scary.
Yeah.
It's scary. I would love a water, Bo. Thank you. It's so weird being... I don't know why it screws with me sitting here compared to there. It messes with me. What's up, Chopper? Change your name back, dude. Well, what do you guys think, man? They confirmed the Hamas leader is killed. They got him in Gaza. He's scrambled eggs. DNA done. Isn't it funny how they can knock out DNA in like 3 hours when they really need it? But when they're trying to find a murderer or something, it takes like months. What the hell is that? But they can somehow do it in rubble in a few hours. Oh, Lord. Hey, Talib, it's not that. It's doing... Sitting here is hard to operate the phone, and it's hard to operate the box. That's the problem. And I don't have some other stuff that I have over there. When I'm playing second fiddle, over here is fine. But when I'm doing everything and got to do the phones mostly and the spots, it's just different. I mean, I'm not really whining about it. I'm just saying it fucks with me. Excuse me, I'm going to quit cussing. It messes with me. So there. And Dave H., my God, man, listen. You listen all the time. I like you. But I have never seen anybody so, like, pro Appliance Factory outlet. You listen every day.
Dave H., you mean?
Dave H., we get issues about this company constantly. He's telling me not to read the warranty. They don't even have a warranty. Their warranty is nothing but a disclaimer that you have no warranty.
You know what? I wrote him back. I said, why not read the warranty? It explains their obligations. Truth is truth.
Oh, I didn't see you do that. Yeah. I just never understand why Dave H. comes out like that. Oh, because that computer broke. In fact, Ryan's going to have to sit here, and Capless, if he comes in, will have to sit here. And if it's not fixed in the morning, Brown will be here.
Oh, that'll be fun.
That's a good question. So why don't you move? Yeah, the computer savvy is completely gone. Completely. Well, actually, the computer's fine. I'll tell you something. iHeart doesn't know how to log into it. It logs into, I think, probably an old NT server, which is like, it's probably Windows 2000 server, but it logs into that, and that server's sitting on a cloud somewhere, so they don't know the username, domain, and password to log in. They have no idea what it is, so they got to reach out to like iHeart corporate in another state and figure out how to get back in. Pro business. How about pro they sell you something with no warranty? All right, here we go, folks.
Enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Dollar. That's dollar. Enter it now at khow.com. Inflation salvation on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its time. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little bit better. You've been ripped off. Maybe you've been taken advantage of. This show is for you. You call 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO, or you can even email us at help@troubleshooter.com. Any of those ways, one of us will get back to you. If it's a good case, a solid case, something we can help with, we'll assign somebody to it, and hopefully we can knock it out of the park for you, and you'll be one of the people calling in saying, hey, you got me that $5,000 back, or you got me this back, or whatever it happens to be, and we can then add to our tally of over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. Now, I'm going to go back to a call we have on Appliance Factory Outlet, but I want people to know something. This company has got a lot of complaints lately, a lot. We have gotten more calls about them in the last 2 or 3 months than we have in a long time. Years ago, we got a lot, and then they stopped for a while, and now they're coming back. Something has changed over there. Maybe an ex-employee or a current employee listening can email us at help@troubleshooter.com, but something's changed. Maybe a district manager, a general manager, something has changed in the past couple months. I don't know what it is. but something has definitely changed with these guys. Now, when you buy something from them, I want you to go check out their actual warranty. If you go to Appliance Factory Outlet, in fact, I killed the window on accident. If you just Google Appliance Factory Outlet warranty, and you can actually go right to their warranty, and it's pretty amazing. It's just absolutely amazing. Look at their terms of service, scroll down, and you're just going to be astounded by their warranty. I'm only going to read a few parts of it because it's very long, a lot of legalese. But basically it says, our services are provided on an as-is and as-available basis. You expressly agree that the use of any service offered by us at your own sole risk to the fullest extent. We disclaim all warranties of any kind, whether express or implied, including without limitation any warranty of merchantability, fitness. It goes on and on. Then I'm going to drop down another bit on it. We do not make any warranty regarding any good or service purchased or obtained through us from any service offered by us, any transaction entered into us through any service offered. We or don't create or shall create any warranty not expressly made. They're basically saying we have no warranty. You can read this yourself. It's long, but every other thing is we have no warranty. So when people call up, it's kind of funny. I don't quite understand. Like, I would never read that. I've been to Appliance Factory, and when I found out they were scratch and dent and other things, and their warranties are kind of weird. And when I say that, I read everything they say on their website there. Not everything. I just went to the juicy tidbits, how their warranty states they have no warranty, no implied warranty. But what drives me nuts is they do give you a warranty on some of the scratch and dent stuff, but it's actually done through their own company. I believe it's their own company or a company they hire to fix it. And then we get calls all the time saying they tried to fix it and it doesn't work. So they the callers try to call up the manufacturer, and then that's when they learn on some of the products you buy there, you don't have a manufacturer's warranty because it's a second. So, Alan, I want to go back. What is your actual problem with your fridge you bought from Appliance Factory?
So the problem is it will shut off for a day or two whenever it feels like it. So
how long will it stay off? Does it like shut off and come right back on? Do you have to reset it by unplugging it? What does that mean?
No, that does not work. I can't do a hard reset. It just shuts off, and it'll come back on indiscriminately whenever it feels like it, when it gets enough rest.
Well, that's insane. So does it go long enough to where the food goes bad if you don't move it?
It will, yes.
I wonder if it's overheating.
Are we talking compressor, or are we talking like the lights and everything? You open the door, the lights are not even coming on?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are the lights still on?
No. Nothing works on it except the control panel on the front. It lights up, but nothing else works.
Could be the overload of the compressor. The compressor is getting very hot, and then it shuts down.
And one of the reasons it'll do that is that vent in the back. Most fridges are in that little cubby, and that fridge in the back can get very dusty. And all of a sudden, even though that fan is trying to spin and doing its job, it's not. But so
That's
you've
true,
had
Mark.
these guys out. What were you saying, Bo?
That's very true. It could be blocked up with dirt in the back, and you're not getting enough air circulation across that compressor.
It's odd. It doesn't sound totally electrical, thanks to Dragon in that question. Because the bottom line is, if everything was going out, we could be looking at something completely different. But because something is on, even if it's just the lights in the front by the ice maker or whatever. So, but what happens? You call Appliance Factory Outlet. You said a few days before the warranty went out, you walked in there. When you walked in there, did you talk to the manager? What'd you do?
I talked to the general manager, and he told me that, they'd take care of it. So they gave me a number to call for Brand Source. Brand Source is their service.
Yeah, that's the outside company. I don't know if they own Brand Source or what, but that's the company when you don't have a manufacturer's warranty through them. They use Brand Source.
Yeah. So Brand Source comes out and replaces a control panel in one of the drawers, and well, miraculously, the refrigerator started working again. So
that's crazy.
About a few weeks later, it shut off again.
The exact same thing.
Back, like, hey, you didn't. Yeah, the refrigerator. You didn't fix the original problem, and they're like, well, it's out of warranty now, so.
Well, here's what I do. Here's the problem. How are you going to prove, without having an expert come out there, that it's the same exact issue? You follow what I'm saying? I know all the symptoms are the same, but they could say, oh, no, the reason it's doing it this time is that. But when you say it's doing the same thing, you mean identical. It shut off, you still have the light on in the front, but everything else is dead.
Exactly.
I'd take them to small claims, and I know I say that a lot. I'm telling you, they're not going to do anything from here. But I think if you can show them that you had the exact problem numerous times, they came out and fixed it when it was under warranty, and how long after that did it happen again?
It was about 3 weeks, a month.
I'm telling you.
It did. So I called them back, and they sent out the same technician, and he pulled the same control panel out and put it back in, and says, well, that's all I can do.
And it was
he's
still
not
dead?
doing you a good job. You need to call Brand Source back and request a supervisor technician.
Wait, though. When he did that, did it turn back on?
No. The second time he came out, it was already off. It had decided to quit working, so at least he got to see it not working. And they had, so I called KitchenAid.
Well, wait a minute, though. That's good. Actually, what you said is actually good for you, because that proves, in a lot of ways, what he did the first time didn't fix it. It really had nothing to do with it. Because
when did all this happen, Alan?
Hold on, Doc. The first time he came out, it was running again, right?
The first time he came out...
And swapped the board.
Yeah. I'm sorry, say again?
He swapped the board, right?
Right.
And it was running before he swapped it, and it was running after he swapped it.
Let me think back. This is about 8-9 months ago.
Oh, my God. Now you're so far out of warranty, it's insane.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, right. No, it was running.
What the hell are you doing for a fridge right now? I got to ask some other questions. Now I'm scratching my head. Did you buy a new one?
No, my sister gave me a refrigerator, so I put one in the garage.
I got you.
That's what I do.
I got you. Well, I would take them. Honestly, I think you have a shot in small claims court, because if they came out and did something that didn't fix it while it was under warranty, if it is the same issue, you're going to have to explain and prove to the judge it is, or to the mediator. The bottom line is you're in the right, but it's going to be a lot of uphill work when you get in front of that judge. You're going to have another appliance center figure out what it is and tell you. You're going to have to pay some dollars to figure out what's wrong with it now.
Okay.
How much is this thing worth?
Or have KitchenAid at least look at it, because Brand Source never called them to find out what the real issue was.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Why don't you have someone else come out and look at it and figure out what the problem was? And then they can help you by writing something up saying that wasn't what the problem is when he called with this exact same problem going on.
Ah, right. Okay.
All right, man. Hey, follow up on that stuff. I love when people follow up with us,
Alan?
all right?
Alan?
Go ahead, Doc.
I have a guy that does appliances.
Who is it?
I can't say it on the air.
Why?
But because he doesn't want his name mentioned. Because I think he works for an appliance company.
Oh,
But
I see.
He came out to my house, fixed the fridge in about 10 minutes when the ice maker wasn't working.
Oh, wow.
I'll give you his name off the air, Alan. Give him a call. For $100, he'll come out and give you an hour's worth of work.
Hey, thanks for the call, man. 303-713-8255. We do have a couple lines open. I want to ask you something, Doc, and I want to ask Bo something. There's this guy on YouTube. You can always watch us on YouTube. We've got, people watching us right now. You go to YouTube, you type in Troubleshooter Network, you'll find our live show every day, Monday through Friday. You can see us, hear us during breaks. It's like a show within a show. But we've got one guy. He's a great listener. He's been around on here forever. Dave H. That's all I know him by. This guy always has issues when we talk about businesses. He actually put on there, we shouldn't read their warranty. I can't even make that make sense in my brain why we wouldn't read a warranty that's so important for listeners to hear and understand. When you do business with Appliance Factory Outlet, you should at least go look at their warranty, which basically says you're buying it as is, you have no warranty. But where's the mentality come from?
It's important that you read that warranty so people know that Factory Appliance Outlet's warranty expressly agrees that their warranty sucks. And the people need to know that.
It drives me insane, this guy, though. What do you think the mentality is? A guy that sticks up for a business, when people walk in there, they don't realize some of this scratch and dent stuff has no warranty. They're seconds. They're bought from they're bought, maybe Home Depot made an order and a truck fell over and they're all beat up and scratched and dent. They buy that and then they sell it with no warranty.
And truth is truth. We didn't malign them. We didn't slander them. We just read their warranty without any corrections.
And on top of that, the other thing, we mentioned how many complaints we get on them recently. I would love to know from somebody. Email us at help@troubleshooter.com what's changed. I have no doubt in my mind a position or management, meaning upper management, has changed.
Or ownership. We'd
Maybe
like to have
ownership.
someone call.
Something has changed in the last 3-4 months. What the hell is it? Hang on.
So there's this guy that
Really? Well, nope. Go on air with him because he'll want to know that.
And he will come out.
And this was over the ditch issue, right?
And he works for a company?
What was your issue? Remind me again.
You know, a good appliance guy's hard to find. I only know one, and he's always 3 weeks out. I'd like to get his name.
I'll give you his name.
Oh, yeah. Small claims. Yeah, you got it.
I think this guy should.
How about if I told you there's a local guy that can fix your car, maintain your car, that's been around way more than 20 years. He's honest, knowledgeable. They can fix any electrical problem. They can work on any kind of car you can imagine. Maintenance, repairs, electrical, and he's got a better warranty than any dealership. In fact, his warranty's 3 years, 36,000 miles on everything they do. I have personally used this person as well. You know who it is if you listen to the show. It's Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. These guys are unbelievable. Their pricing is great. Their diagnostic skills, the techs they have are wonderful. You've had some problem no one else can figure out, these guys can do it. You need an engine swap, a used engine, put in an older vehicle so it keeps going for you, these guys can do it. You got a brand new vehicle that's slightly out of warranty that needs an alternator or a brake job, these guys can do it. Maintenance, repairs, electrical. I want you to think Sheridan Auto Tech. Call Kevin and the guys, or actually just go to their website, SheridanAutotech.com, pre-purchase inspections. But what you're going to love about them is that longevity, the honesty. You're going to love the experience there, the convenience, the value. I think you get the idea. SheridanAutotech.com. Now, let's talk about John Fuller, Fuller Law. John has come to the rescue of Suzanne and I a couple times. One time when we got T-boned, coming back from Sam's Club, ended up totaling the car, broke Suzanne's nose. It was really bad. She had some back issues. But he once I got with John, which was right after we got out of the hospital, or the emergency room, I should say, what I liked about John is how he was like, okay, hold on. You're going to sit back, you're going to get better, and you're going to listen to me and focus and let me focus on the case. And he talked about different doctors that we should go to. He talked about different things to maximize the claim. Simple as that. To maximize, to make sure we get every dime from that other insurance company that was due to us. And guess what? He did exactly that. He got us every nickel that woman's insurance company had to pay out to us. I think it was like $50,000, whatever it was. But he got every nickel of that policy. And he does it methodically. And then he helps you. He helps you by negotiating down hospital bills. So listen to this. A lot of people don't know this. I'm going to pull the skirt up on some of the personal injury stuff in Colorado. If your hospital bill's $30,000, the other insurance company, if the insurance money's there, you'll get the $30,000 for that hospital bill. Then John is so good he can negotiate it down and save you money and put money into your pocket just by negotiating it down after you get that payment from the other insurance company. He's the best out there. Please put this number in your phone if you're in an accident. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law. Lazy Days RV. Man, they got it all. Class A, Class B. They got pop-ups. They got those cool pop-ups with the big mud tires. You can drag like in the backwoods and pop them up with generators on them. They got Class A's that are 45 feet long that are like a rolling house. They've got anything you can imagine, new and used. The experience from buying from them is great, and they have locations all across the country if you run into problems. They got service departments that are state-of-the-art. Check them out, lazydays.com. That's lazydays.com.
So Mark, which is worse, this clause or the Luna clause?
Yeah, I saw someone put up the Luna clause. If no one's ever heard the Luna contract, I looked everywhere to find it. Did you ever hear the Luna contract?
I don't recall.
So it was this Hispanic guy. So his English was horrible. In his contract, okay, at the bottom, the caller called up. He was supposed to do like a deck. I think it was a deck or a retaining wall, some kind of landscaping. So at the bottom of the contract, the guy's Luna clause, because the company was called Luna Construction, actually said, if you have problem and Luna no agree, no warranty for you.
I never heard of that.
It was the Luna clause. It was the absolute dumbest but funniest, and he wasn't trying to be funny ever.
He was being serious.
Yeah, you could tell he wasn't from the country. He thought you could write anything at the bottom of the contract. Yeah. Like, if you no pay, Luna run you over and kill wife. I mean, it was ridiculous. The Luna clause. The freaking Luna. I want to see, I'm just going to Google Luna Construction. I would kill to get that contract again.
You know, it's interesting. I just read somewhere that one of the reasons that Russians speak the way they do, Russians don't have prepositions in front of nouns. So they won't say go to the hospital. In Russian, it's go to hospital.
Go to hospital.
Or, so when they speak English, they don't put those prepositions in. That's part of why they speak the way they do.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
That is funny. What made you think of the Luna clause? Someone on
Lucas, hi,
there.
this is Kelly. I'm calling from the Martino Troubleshooter Show.
You got a good compliment, Mark, on the radio.
Hi.
This is great
And
radio.
I know you're having an issue with
What's that?
I said you got a good compliment on the YouTube.
Oh.
And is this
Damn
Yeah,
YouTubers.
this is great radio.
It's Dave H.
or they're
No, he
trying
said
to
that
figure out-
was
I think
Luna
you
clause was
explained to
great
me
radio.
what the problem is.
Oh, wait. Heck yeah, that was good. Oh, okay.
It's GA going slower. I'll tell you what, that first, what was the name of it? Cheech and Chong. What was the very first one? God, was it
The movie?
a great movie.
I never saw any of their movies.
Oh, my God. Dave, that would be so hard to freaking figure out, bro. I couldn't tell you if the Luna clause was 2 or 5 years ago, man.
Was this a guy that
Gotcha.
called in?
Okay, hang on for me, and Mark will be with you as soon as possible, okay?
Luna was the contractor, the caller.
The caller called in.
Oh, Savvy B says she was on the line. Maybe she can look it up.
What do you mean it was me, Savvy B?
That it says here.
Up in smoke, that's it.
Oh, Up in Smoke. Yeah.
Said here. I remember you posted a copy of the Luna clause on YouTube when you cast it. If you look up that episode, it'll be there.
Yeah, but what does savvy mean?
She said it was me that was on with you, I think.
Savvy, you're the one that called on the Luna clause?
Oh, boy. 10 seconds.
TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
You know, years ago, I was sitting here, and this person called up, and I'm trying to find this contract. I was just talking about Appliance Factory Outlet and their warranty that basically says we don't have a warranty. You really should go read it yourself. Just Google it, Appliance Factory Outlet warranty, and go look at it for yourself. It's hard to believe it's there, but it is. Now, listen to this, though. Someone on YouTube pointed out a better one we had years ago. And I remember the company's name was Luna. I don't know if it was Luna Roofing, Luna Construction. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Lunatic. It had something to do with either like a deck or retaining wall, some kind of project. So the caller called up and had a problem going, this thing's horrible. It's falling apart. Once again, I wish I could remember what it was. Let's just say it was a deck. And when I call up to complain, the owner, who I assume is Mr. Luna, says, look at my warranty at the bottom. So she sent over the contract, and at the bottom of the contract she signed was what we refer to as the Luna Clause. And this isn't verbatim, but this is very close to what it said. The guy was definitely not from the U.S., Hispanic guy, English was very bad. So you got to remember that for context, because here's basically what it said. If you no happy with Luna work and Luna don't agree, no warranty for you. That's what it said. Once again, that's not verbatim, but it's about as close to that as I can remember. And I will find that. People are telling me I actually posted it that day on our YouTube feed, but I wouldn't even know where to start going back for that. But I would love to read it to you. It was the worst warranty of no warranties ever. If Luna no agree, you get nothing. I mean, and it went on to say other stuff like that. It was something else. It was really, really something else. Mike, what's going on with Amazon? That's a company we occasionally get calls on, but not a lot.
Hello.
Hello, Mike.
Sorry, I had to.
No, you're good, man. What's going on with Amazon? I mean, we rarely get issues.
I know, and this is the first time this has ever happened to me, but apparently it's happening to quite a few people.
What is it?
Okay. I ordered 2 identical framed mirrors from Amazon.
Okay, like for a bathroom or something, a vanity?
Right.
Okay.
Yep. And they showed up about a week apart, and they were both broken. Okay?
Yeah.
So I went back to UPS store to return them, and this is where it gets weird. They wanted them put back in the same box together. Well, they didn't come in a box together.
They came in
So I
separate
said to the
boxes.
UPS, right. They were shipped separately. So I said, let's just tape them together. And the UPS guy says they're too heavy. So what do? I only have one shipping.
Mike, did you go to the UPS store, or was this a pickup?
No, I went to the UPS store.
Okay, so keep going. So then what?
Okay, so I can't tape them together. I have one shipping label. Okay? I said, well, let me ship back one, and I'll wait for the second shipping label. After we called the super secret number for Amazon customer service. Okay, which comes from some third world country, I'm sure, because I couldn't understand anybody.
Yeah.
Anyway, I get the shuffle, and I can't return one mirror with the one shipping label I have. I have to have both shipping labels.
So when you go to your,
return
I want to ask a basic question. When you go to your Amazon account and you start the refund process, you're saying when you choose one of the mirrors, both of them are there. It was the same shipment, even though they were shipped separately.
Right.
That is very interesting. Do you still have the shipping label from the one that showed up later?
Well, this was the part that was really good. Was I kept calling back every 3 days, and they kept saying, "Yeah, it's on the way. You should have it on your email or something like that."
Yeah.
And eventually, they ran it out of the 30 days to where I could return it. So I eventually just said, "You know what? I took it in shorts."
Did you already mail in the one mirror?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Pardon
too
me?
bad, because all you had to do was make a Xerox copy of the second label and stick it on the box.
Did you got the refund on the one now, right?
Yeah, I didn't get a refund on either one because I had to ship them both back, and I had to have the separate label.
No, but
Because
you
the
did
shipping
listen.
label-
Listen to what I'm saying. You did get the refund on the one.
No,
No,
because label was for both of them.
and you only shipped one.
I couldn't ship one because the refund label was for two.
I understand it. It is a very strange problem. Now, there's a couple ways you could handle it, okay? How long ago is this?
Oh, it's been 60 days now.
Do you still have both mirrors?
No, I finally threw them away. There were more pieces than I could count.
That's not good.
And I
So,
know. I'm not trying to get a refund anymore.
No, well, hold on. I've dealt with Amazon so many times, it's crazy, man. The one way that I would have done it, okay, I would have ordered 2 new mirrors that hopefully show up not cracked, and then I would have shipped the other ones back, the broken ones. But you can't do that anymore. Then you're not actually getting a refund on the ones that are out of warranty. You're actually sending back the new ones. You follow what I'm saying?
I do.
Now, the second thing I've done, and this drove me crazy, I ordered a computer on Amazon, a little mini computer. I mean, the thing's like the size of a cell phone. And it plugs into the back of a TV, HDMI, and basically it's more of an entertainment system, but it's a little Windows system. It showed up and it would overheat so fast, it was crazy. So I started it, I shipped it back. Unlike you, I had no problem shipping it. The company received it, but I still didn't get a credit. I waited, still didn't get a credit. Waited, still didn't get a credit. Then the company said that they didn't receive it. I sent Amazon and the third party proof that I sent it. They got it, and I sent them proof they received it. Still didn't get a credit. Then I got sick of dealing with it and sick of dealing with the same people that I talked to on the Amazon side 100 times like you that barely speak English. I called up my credit card company, and I told them I sent it back. Amazon said I'd get a credit. I never got one. They gave me a credit for the $200 or whatever it was, a provisional credit, and they never pulled the provisional credit. In other words, I got to keep my money, so I ended up getting fully refunded.
Yeah, that was the biggest problem I had was UPS people were just flat telling me there was nothing they could help me with.
Yeah.
I couldn't send one. I couldn't send 2.
Well, they sound like morons at UPS. I mean, it's the UPS store.
Hey, Mike, did you want them to box it, or did you box it?
It was still in the box. I didn't have to check and see inside if the mirror was broke because it went jingle, jingle.
Oh, because what you could have done was just put both in one box before you brought it to UPS and just stick the label on the one box. They don't care about weight. They'll just charge you for it.
Well, see, I was just going to tape the 2 boxes.
Yeah, listen, man, I got to take a break. I'm telling you what I would do. It's too late if you threw the mirrors out for option 1.
I got you. I was just saying.
Call up, just dispute your Amazon charge. That's all you got to do, man. They're not going to mess with you. I'm telling you, Amazon is not going to pull back that provisional credit.
Okay.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound, we're still seeing those intermittent closures through the Veterans Memorial tunnels due to rockfall mitigation work, seeing about 20-minute holds. At the moment, the tunnels are open, but we do expect them to close again within the next few minutes. Into town, it's a pretty calm drive throughout the metro area. I-25 southbound showing some slowdowns into downtown between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Back to I-70 eastbound if you're heading to DIA, slow traffic starts at Havana to Pena. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies, high 75, overnight low 48. Heading into a cooler weekend, high 63 tomorrow. The current temperature in Denver is 71 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in.
You know, it was 6 years ago, I first heard of Red Rock Solar. And Brooke is the owner. And she does something no other solar company I have ever talked about has done. She has figured out where to get money for commercial projects, such as if you own a duplex and it's under an LLC. She can find you the money through grants and tax credits to get the solar system basically for free. I mean, every case is a little different, but she'll sit down with you and actually look at the project and tell you what she can do. And of course, that's all free. But we have seen so many times now where she does build the entire commercial system, and through grant money and tax credits, the caller or the listener gets it for free. Now, if you have a residential system and just need maintenance, or you want a system for residential, they've got the best prices around. Everything's in-house. Their salespeople work for her. The installation company works for her. It is her company. And then, of course, the service people do. These guys are great. They have a guaranteed activation date. If it's not done when they promised, they're going to pay you the energy they promised you would produce. It's the best solar company out there. Battery backup systems. They even sell auxiliary generators. They do complete off-grid systems. If you have a duplex, you have any kind of commercial building, maybe even a barn on your property that you run a business out of, I'm telling you, call her. Free is free. 303-704-2449 or Red Rocks RS, as in roofandsolar.com. RedRocksRS.com.
Who's coming in tomorrow?
What's that?
Who's coming in tomorrow?
I have no idea.
Is it you?
I don't know.
Doc's always here. I didn't ask Doc.
I don't know if I'll be here. I don't know. I honestly haven't even thought about it. I usually ask Suzanne. I asked Suzanne the night before, am I going in or what am I doing?
I have to go in. All right, I'm gonna head out a little early. I gotta go to Home Depot.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Get some trash bags.
Yeah, I think you're right, Doc. I'm trying to, usually I have them pick it up at my house, so I do box it.
Right.
But I think if you bring something to Whole Foods, it doesn't even have to be in a box. They'll box it and ship it, get it back to Amazon. So Whole Foods is honestly the easiest way to do it. They have their own thing right there. They have their own little Amazon cubby.
Like I said, it's water under the bridge, but that's what he could have done. It's too late now.
I thought they said he had to ship it back in the same.
Yeah, but he can, if it's been within 90 days, he can fight that credit card, no problem.
If you put it on a credit card.
All right. I will see you guys. Doc, I guess I'll see you on Monday.
All right. Have a good weekend. So did you see what I wrote on the chat, Mark?
What's that? See you, man.
I have a question for the morons. If you were a member of Hamas, would you run for president of Hamas? Because it's a death sentence.
It would definitely be a death sentence. Hey, I'm going to do an in-house spot in a strange way. I do want you to send it to me, would you?
Sure.
It'll be when we come back.
All right.
Seven 641-6400.
All right, 303-713-825. I promise I'll get to the phones, but I got a little personal issue I've been thinking about. How do you endorse a good friend of coming up on 30 years, somebody you've known prior to their kids, prior to them having kids, someone that was there when your kids were born? How do you endorse somebody you kind of look at as a brother on one hand, a father on one hand, and somewhat of a mentor? How do you endorse someone like that? I'll tell you who I'm talking about. It's the first time I've talked about this, and I've talked to Suzanne about how I would do this. I'm talking about Martino. What am I endorsing for him? Well, it's amazing. He started about 5 or 6 years ago. He basically created a fund. It's a private fund that you can invest in. Honestly, he got sick and tired of paying a lot of fees. Now, I want you to check it out. And I don't even hesitate to say how great it is. But you need to do the research. You need to look it out. You need to go to the website. You need to make the phone call. You need to ask. Now, I'll tell you something. It's not for everybody. And what I mean by that is this isn't buying, $5,000 worth of something. This is money you're investing, and you're going to get a good return on it. Now, that's coming from me. I really want you to check out the fund and make the call. Now, I'm going to dial in how I'm going to talk about it in the future, but I really want you to check the website out and make the phone call. I want you to ask the questions. I really do. I'm not even going to get into how great it's done for Tom. Do you realize most of his money is in his own fund? Now, if that doesn't say a lot, I don't know what does. They created basically what they call Strategic Wealth Enhancement Learning Logic, or they call it SWELL. It's basically an AI program they've been working on, and it works. Okay? I'm not even going to give all the disclaimers right now because honestly, I haven't read enough to get the disclaimers, but I know this. Tom Martino created this fund. He's a very wealthy man, and he invests most of his own money into this fund. And now it is open up to a lot of people out there. It is a private fund, so call and ask the questions. I'll kind of leave it at that, and I'm going to give the website out. I think that's the best way to do it. W8WM. W8WM. Wave 8 Wealth Management. W8WM.com. Please go check it out right now. W8WM.com. Make the call. Talk to the folks. You're going to be happy you did. Now, 303-713-8255. Doc, how do you think I did on that? It's kind of, I've never endorsed Tom before. It's hard.
I saw you struggling with it.
I didn't know.
But I know a little bit about the fund from, and I am going to invest in it.
Very nice.
And I think you did a great job, actually.
It's very hard talking about someone you've known forever that's a consumer advocate. And when you talk about a lot of financial stuff, it's just, I don't know why I find it so hard. It's very odd. I guess he used to endorse me all the time when I owned the computer stores, when I owned my Goodyear stores. So it's kind of weird on the other side. But I digress. I got to get to the phones.
I think it's a great thing for people to look into.
Oh, they have to look into it. I mean, absolutely, positively. Now, Lucas, Thank you, first of all, for holding so long. What's going on?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, Lucas.
Great. Hey, so I have a property manager that's trying to charge an erroneous early termination fee for a lease. And
well, what does the lease say? Let's cut right to it. What does the lease talk about? Is there early termination in there? And if there is something about early termination, is it different than what he's trying to charge?
Well, what happened is I have email correspondence with them stating, here's what you need to do to go once a month. It's automatic in your lease. And I said, okay, great, thank you. And gave them the required notice. And I even have documentation from the new management company. They switched during this, stating, oh, yeah, you don't owe that anymore. We'll take it off. And now they're still sending me an invoice and not responding to communication.
That's interesting. You know what I'd like to do? I don't know if we have time to get Brad O'Brien up. How much are they asking for?
About $5,000.
And what are you thinking it should be?
0.
And I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm gonna tell you something. I was staring at a text that just came in from my wife. I actually missed that first part of it. I just wasn't paying attention. I don't mind admitting it. So say it again. How early you're leaving?
So we talked to them with an email correspondence, and they basically told us how we could go on a month-to-month lease.
Got it.
We're already out of the lease.
So you were out of the lease, and then basically you didn't renew a long-term lease. You switched over to month-to-month. Was anything in writing there, or you basically just stayed there?
Basically, they stated that our lease automatically goes month-to-month.
Yes.
And we didn't need to do anything. And so I was like, okay, great.
And now I assume, and Luke, hold on, Doc, and now what I assume they're saying is you had to give a certain amount of notice to not renew the one-year lease?
They told me the notice, and I already gave them that in writing. And this new management company.
So why are they asking for $5,000 now then?
I have no idea. It's a new management company. I sent them the email correspondence of the previous one, same owner.
Can you send that over to me?
Yeah.
Send it to help, H-E-L-P, at troubleshooter.com. Kelly, do me a favor and get me that as soon as he does that. Hold on. I need you to give her the information for you too, Lucas. I'm going to send over some of those correspondence, and then can you also send me a PDF of the original lease?
Yeah, I should be able to do that.
Yeah, you should be able to find that even just right through them. Hold on a second. I'm going to get Brad O'Brien on tomorrow, but if you can get me both of those things tonight, he can peek at them, and we can figure out the best way for you to go forward quickly tomorrow morning, okay?
Okay.
All right, hold tight. 303-713-TALK.
Hold their bluff and ignore the invoice.
Well, he might have to, but if they have a security deposit, they might be screwing with that.
But that's less. I'm sure it's gonna be less than $5,000.
I would sure hope so. You're so good looking. That's instead of saying, bless you.
I never heard that before.
What's that?
You're so good looking. Right. People say that?
Yeah, so Jerry said, instead of saying gesundheit or God bless you, when people sneeze, they should say, you're so good looking.
I never heard that.
Fuller.
That's like I told you, my lady friend with the Spongeworthy. I told you that story, didn't I?
Integra Insurance, man, John Sr., John Jr., Day, they're all such great people over there. You want to talk about people that know the healthcare insurance business? You're not going to find better out there. These guys have group plans for employers. They can help you with Medicare, which, by the way, is starting really, really soon. I really want you to call with any questions. I don't want you to assume the plan you have right now is going to automatically renew, or if it hasn't changed, there might be better things out there for you right now. You know, there's some plans out there that they actually can put credit on, like a debit card each month, where you can go out and buy some groceries and stuff. But you need to talk to them and see what's right for you, and that's what I love about them. They're certified brokers. It's an open enrollment center. They can apply the tax credits. They can do the cost sharing. They can help you get through the exchange. They can help you with all the supplements. They can help you with Medicare Advantage. But more importantly, they just are going to help you. Please reach out to these guys. I have used them for, 10 years plus. Tom has. Doc has. They're great people. 303-466-5500. 303-466-5500. That's Integra Insurance. John Fuller, myaccidentlawyer.co. I love John Fuller. If you've been hurt in an accident, this is the attorney you want. You're going to call him up and you're going to deal with John. That's the best part about it right there. You're going to deal with the actual attorney that gets real results. I have used him multiple times. Both times we got policy limits from the people that hit us. Policy limits. He couldn't have done a better job, and I don't think any of these ones that advertise on the side of a train could do that. I really don't. Plus, when there is questions and you have different options when it comes to your case, he's going to be like a quarterback and guide you through that field to that end result, which was so good for Suzanne and I. Please write this number down. If you have been hurt in an accident, you call John Fuller. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500.
Yes. Cool. It's still a computer that works. It's just they can't get into it.
Say again. Oh, people asking good. W8WM.com. Can I say bye or no? Okay. W8WM. Look at it right here. Here, I want you to take both these down. Kelly, take these both down to make sure you have it right. No, look right here. I want you to see them. W8WM.com. 303-771-HELP. I knew that website fucking sucked because people don't know if it's WEIGHT. They don't. I knew it sucked. He's got to get another website.
They might think it's a weight loss thing. If I saw W8, I would assume it's a dietary thing. Oh yeah. I tried to get in touch with him. I will. A lot of these people, I leave messages, and then they say I didn't call them. I will double check that this afternoon.
All right. What did the guy want with the follow-up? I didn't get to it back to him.
Oh, so after you talked to him this morning, he basically got a call and they settled.
Oh, nice.
From a small claims court. So, the free iHeartRadio app.
Well, all you have to do now is just mop up. Got any big plans for the weekend?
I have got no plans for the weekend, Doc.
Diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
You ask a lot of your liver, so give it the support it needs with Active Liver. You can find Active Liver at Amazon.com, or for a volume discount, visit NewNordicUSA.com. Go to new, NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New year, new you, New Nordic.
At Triple J Armory, we're not just about firearms, we're about giving back. This October, become a range member annual or monthly, and we'll donate a 50-pound bag of dog food to the Animal Rescue of the Rockies. If we reach our goal, each new member will receive an extra 2 months of range membership free. Join us on October 26th from 1 to 3 p.m. when Animal Rescue of the Rockies will be at Triple J Armory with pets ready for adoption. Adopt and we'll add a free 1-year range membership for you on top of the donation.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
People are worried about retirement. They know their savings and retirement funds won't last, but there are steps you can take to change that. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Educate yourself and have fun at the same time with a special movie event October 24th at the 20 Mile AMC Theater in Parker. This is not a sales event. It's educational. Don't miss it. Tickets are complimentary, but you must call to reserve a seat. 303-779-6600. 779-6600.
Life is expensive in Colorado. In fact, 1 in 4 households struggle to pay for utilities. It can mean a choice between heat or health, between a warm home or a warm meal, between safety or survival. As energy costs continue to rise, there are solutions. Resources and assistance are available. Let's see how we can lighten your load. Go to coloradoenergyfoundation.org. Brought to you by the Colorado Energy Foundation and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere
I stream online
at KHOW.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Israel's foreign minister has announced the man killed in today's Israeli Defense Force operations in Gaza is Hamas head Yahya Sinwar, considered the mastermind of the October 7th attacks. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has reaction from the vice president.
Vice President Harris said the death of Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar gives an opportunity to end the war in Gaza.
And it must end such that Israel is secure. The hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
The vice president said it's time for the, quote, day after in Gaza, without Hamas in power. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
Harris is on the campaign trail today, rallying supporters in Wisconsin. Former President Trump is in New York City. This is ABC News. Officials in Argentina are investigating the death of 31-year-old singer Liam Payne. ABC's Andrea Fujihi.
Distraught fans remembering One Direction star Liam Payne gathering at the Buenos Aires hotel where he was found dead.
I can't explain how I'm feeling right now. I'm shaking. I'm really nervous. I can't believe what is happening right now.
Payne was in Argentina after attending a former bandmate's concert. Authorities say he jumped from his third-floor balcony. Police had responded to the hotel for reports of a man acting erratically. His body later found in the courtyard.
Payne had been open about his addiction and mental health struggles. The federal government is making it easier to cancel subscriptions. That includes anything from gym memberships to streaming services. The click-to-cancel rule will require businesses to provide a simple way for you to end subscriptions that includes obtaining your consent before charging you for auto renewals. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
A group of employees at Lakewood's Casa Bonita restaurant have announced plans to unionize. Entertainers and crew members say they want more pay and benefits, as well as safety improvements at the restaurant. The employees accuse management of failing to train crew members properly and not protecting them from abusive patrons. The employees have filed a request with the National Labor Relations Board for a union election. This is the last day for Colorado's free college application campaign. All 32 public colleges and universities, along with several private institutions, are making it free to submit an application. The campaign to waive fees is in its 7th year. Some much-needed rain is in the forecast.
Temperatures are going to be still pretty warm in the mid-70s, and it's going to be fairly gusty as well with high fire danger over the plains. Later tonight, we could get a brief sprinkle. Friday, we're in the low 60s. Rain arrives by the evening, lasts through the overnight hours, and then down into the low 50s by Saturday with some rain showers lasting through the weekend.
That's Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burrs. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Just south of town, I-25 southbound after exit 193 Lincoln Avenue, a vehicle fire has 2 right lanes blocked. We're seeing slow traffic back from 470, about 5 minutes of delays for folks leaving town. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro, I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to and from DIA. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound, we are still seeing those intermittent closures for rockfall mitigation through the Veterans Memorial Tunnels. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies with a high of 75 this afternoon. Overnight low of 48, heading into a cooler weekend. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 63. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. Shop Colorado's largest selection of quality fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment you can buy. You can save up to 50% off.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
Hey there, Dan Cicchini, owner of Done Right Kitchens and Baths, Windows and Doors. There's absolutely no reason why right now can't be your time to get started on that beautiful new kitchen or that awesome bath you've always wanted. See what our family can do for your family. 800-362-8370.
A wave of new wealth awaits you with honest answers on how to make real estate investments the smart way, fully managed, safe, and secure. Find out more on the Vestera Turnkey Show, Saturday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
Meet me. For those
We need to talk.
about to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
You call
Let's not
Donald
diminish
Trump.
the significance
you
of that.
call Donald Trump. He's misguided. You say now
He's
he
unstable.
Is unstable.
He is unstable, Brett.
He's not well. You say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told many interviewers that Joe Biden was on his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
1, 2.
Joe Biden, I have watched from the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment
It's not an answer.
and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions
Present tense?
on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
He was.
I understand,
And
but-
Donald Trump
But you
is.
talked about it.
And Donald Trump
After
is.
How about
George
Donald
Clooney
Trump?
said within a
And
few
if you
minutes of
watch
talking to President
Donald
Biden at a
Trump-
fundraiser that he thought this
Brett,
was not the same
Brett.
Joe Biden that we saw on the debate
Donald
stage.
Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump.
Oh, my God. This was a calamity. Politically, otherwise, personally, her political career, all of that, down the tubes. Now, I'm not going to say it's the make or break. This has been 1968 on steroids. We've had the sitting president of the United States step down like LBJ that year. We've got a Bobby Kennedy in the race, senior back then, junior this time around. He endorses Trump. We've had an assassination attempt, not one, but two, against one of the major candidates, Donald Trump, thankfully not successful. This has been the craziest election year since 1968, and possibly including 1968. There are a lot of parallels, a lot of similarities. But for Kamala Harris to act like she can just walk in as the anointed one, never be challenged, and have Brett Baer do the job that he did, and thank God that he did it, and expect that she was going to walk out of there triumphantly. I mean, they're trying to spin this that way. Her handlers, the Democratic operatives on the left, the mainstream media, I know I repeat myself. There's no explaining this away. She invoked the name of Donald Trump. What was it, Kelly? 73 times in 27 minutes? Something along those lines?
I heard 56.
Okay, a little bit lower then. But even so.
Yeah, it was.
That's more than 2 a minute.
It was atrocious. It was a complete butt kicking, whatever, adjective you want to use. It was terrible.
Well, it was terrible, but I thought it was exceptional on the part of Brett Baer. I know he's taken a lot of heat for the call in Arizona, for his general reporting on anchoring on his own show, and I know Kelly's not a big fan. I would say I'm more of a fan of Baer than maybe the average listener out there. I respect him. I think he does a great job. He doesn't get into punditry or opinion hosting like I do, like Jesse Waters does, like Sean Hannity, like Laura Ingraham. That's not his role, and he recognizes that. But I do believe he asked all the right questions, basically in the right order, and what he was getting from her, and I can relate on some level to this, a guest that is just not going to give you a direct answer. You ask a yes or no question, you want a yes or no answer. You ask a question about numbers, like immigrants, like he did early in this interview, and she will spin away from it and not give you a direct answer. The way to do this, the exemplary way that I think is on the highest level, is J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance will answer the question, and then he'll get into his talking points that will support that. He's very organized in his thought process. He doesn't need crib notes or any kind of coaching. He is really a wonderkind in the American political landscape. The opposite of that was Kamala Harris last night. You can spin, you can dawdle, you can wander, but you've got to come back. You got to do the weave like Donald Trump does. Okay, I'm going to say this, but I'm going to come back, and then I'm going to give you an answer. She never came back to give the answer. And further to that point, the constraints of this interview were mind-boggling for Brett Baer. The Team Harris, arrived late, disrespectful, unprofessional. Then they tried to talk down from half an hour to maybe 20 minutes. Brett Baer pushed on that, and he got, I think, 27 out of it. Kamala Harris, if she was winning this interview, there is no chance in hell any of those four handlers would be waving their arms the way that Brett Baer described them doing, saying, "Stop the fight. Stop the fight. We're throwing in the towel. Throw the damn towel." If she was cruising, if she was cooking, they would have been like, "Oh, let her go. She's doing great. She's on Fox News. She's killing it." She was not killing it. Had she been, they would want it to go for an hour and a half. That's just not the facts of the matter as it was happening in real time. It was a disaster. And it was a Hail Mary pass that they had to throw. Back to this issue about Joe Biden. She kept trying to make it about Donald Trump. And I was swearing when I was going back and watching this, it's not about blank and Donald Trump. He asked you about Joe Biden. I don't care about Donald Trump. I would even go so far, obviously I've got a lot more rougher edges than Brett Baer, sharper elbows, but I think I conduct my interviews respectfully, especially if there's a Democrat candidate, let's say Tricia Calvarese comes on. Typically, because I have a broader latitude, Tricia doesn't come to me and go, I can only do 5 minutes, Ryan. No, she's grateful to come on, and I spend all the time I want with her, and I feel that way. So the method of my questioning will be a little bit different. But when there's not the basic respect of answering the question asked, and you're trying to make it all about it's not about Donald Trump. We know Donald Trump. We either love him or we hate him, or there's nothing new to discover about Donald Trump. And in particular, this was stupid on her part, if she's trying to sway undecided voters. Undecided voters know everything they need to know, and even some stuff they don't want to know about Donald Trump. They don't know about her. And this is what led to Brett Baer's just coup de grace at the end of this interview. It was delicious. It was brilliant. It was magical. It was beautiful.
Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have much more to say.
There are a lot of things that people want to learn about you and your policies, and that's why
I invite everyone to go to KamalaHarris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive and should be accessible to anyone who would like to read them.
You absolute moron. If I was on her team, I'd be calling her that. I would have gotten fired last night. You idiot. Nobody in their right mind that's a casual voter who happened to catch this interview is going to go online, look up 90 pages of policy, sift and read through that crap. You had your chance last night. That was your opportunity. The goal should have been, I'm going to clarify and crystallize the points of my plan so it's easy to understand for the average viewer and voter out there. You don't just go, go check out my website. But you know why she did that? Because she cannot articulate her policy points the way that J.D. Vance does, or even that Donald Trump does in his roundabout weaving way. She couldn't do it. She can't do it. And therefore, she won't do it, and she didn't do it. That is the most egregiously weak punt I've ever seen in an interview setting. She owed it to her own base. If you're a dedicated leftist and you want her to win, that answer should piss you the blank off. You don't just say, go check out my website. No, the very point and purpose that you're sitting down there in a hostile interview setting, the only one that you've ever done or probably will ever do, is to convince people who might not otherwise vote for you to do so. Spell out in a text, if you watched this interview last night, 57739, what did Kamala Harris say last night to an undecided, unaffiliated, moderate, middle-of-the-road voter that gave them a reason to vote for her? And I'm telling you right now, there wasn't one. It was all, I'm not Donald Trump. Well, that's well and good, doofus. We knew that. What alternative are you presenting to the Donald Trump option? Why are you preferable to him? Give specific and detailed reason in essay form. She can't do the assignment. She's been floating by her entire life on privilege, ironically enough. The privilege of shacking up and being the mistress of Willie Brown, one of the most influential men in California politics, going back to San Francisco in those days. But for Willie Brown, we don't know Kamala Harris's name. We don't know who she is. We still don't know who she is, not really. But the only reason we're even aware of her is because Willie Brown launched her career. Doubt me. Prove me wrong. Show me the evidence that would counter otherwise, that without Willie Brown, she'd have any political career at all. Because she wouldn't. And you know I'm right. And that is a big reason, along with last night, why she is going to lose. Lots of interviews today. I got a lot to get to and a lot of ground to cover. And it's about candidates, but it's also about ballot initiatives. And I've been really going back and forth on some of these. And one in particular has divided people that are typically on our side of the aisle, the right. And that is the ranked choice voting. One of the more influential members of that proposal, Dick Wadhams, will be coming up in hour number 2 to start that hour. It's Proposition 131. I have severe doubts about this. And as of now, I'm a very hard no on Prop 31. But Dick Wadhams, they've enlisted his services to promote this proposal, and we'll get his take on that coming up in hour number 2. Right now, you can check out more about his campaign. We want to focus on the local races as well. HelpGeorgeWin.com. It's just that simple. It's George Mumma Jr., and he's running for the pivotal 25th House District in the Colorado General Assembly. We are looking to add to the Mighty 19. They've done a phenomenal job at the state capitol, but they need reinforcements, and George is the help that could be on the way if you live in the 25th District. He joins us now. Once again, that website, helpgeorgewin.com. George, thank you once again for joining me and for your time.
Thanks for having me, Ryan. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Now, just to illustrate those that missed our conversation earlier this election cycle, it's been a couple of months now, but what District 25 is, the area that it encompasses, what voters should be looking for on their ballots with your name.
Well, Ryan, the district runs from I-70 south to Deckers, and basically from Pine Junction out to the east to Wadsworth. It jockeys around in there a little bit because of the redistricting, So I've got the mountain folks and the flatlanders out here is what I call them. And they all have their own unique little problems. But the common denominator right now with all the folks that are calling me, and for those that are listening, I hear you and I appreciate your calls. So the economy's huge, crime, the roads, schools, and up in the hills, they're concerned about being able to get home insurance. So those are the biggies for me right now, and being their voice.
Being their voice, George, and them being your voice with their vote coming up. That's so important. This is a district that could easily flip. Last time around in 2022, which was a very good election cycle for Democrats in this state in particular, Donald Trump wasn't on the ballot. He is this time around. That should help turn out a lot of Republican voters. But this was a very narrowly decided race that Representative Tammy Story, the Democrat, won over incumbent Republican Colin Larson by just 719 votes and by just 1.4 percentage points 2 years ago. What has changed, George, in the landscape in this race that you feel will tip the scales in your favor?
Well, the public here, the constituents in House District 25, where I've lived my whole life, they want a voice downtown, and Story's not providing them that voice. Doesn't return phone calls, doesn't answer the phone, doesn't return emails. I've been a voice for this community my whole career. I did 45 years as a law enforcement officer in this county and retired as a chief of police. And the public wants a voice. They want someone that takes their concerns downtown and gets them addressed. And that's what I'm about, and that's what my record looks like right now.
Help out his campaign. You can find out more details. You can contribute as well down this stretch run as we have under 20 days to go. Can you believe that? 19 days as of today. HelpGeorgeWin.com. It's easy to remember. If you live in that 25th House District, I highly encourage you to check out that website. Now, George, with this amount of time remaining, I just want to reflect and get caught up on the campaign as you have seen it to this point. You mentioned that Tammy Story is usually unavailable, maybe to her constituents as well as those that are trying to reach out to her from the media. Have you had an opportunity, whether it's a debate or personally with a town hall, any kind of interaction with her and her campaign for the voters to decide on?
No, not at all. I will tell you that they have attacked me pretty well since last Saturday. You know, my opponent wants to distract everybody with abortion scares, and that's not in my wheelhouse. I can't help with that. That was decided before my time, and I don't know why that's the direction they want to go. My concern is public safety, affordability, education, our roads. That's what my constituents want. So I'm hoping that they're paying attention to my background, my history, and what I've done, and not about the craziness that the Story campaign's been putting out there.
George Mumma Jr., he is the GOP candidate in Colorado House District 25. I think it's telling, though, George, if that's the only card they're trying to play against you, abortion, a matter that's been returned to the states, and here in Colorado, a state that has one of the most extreme liberal abortion laws on the books, this seems like a red herring by them.
Well, I'd agree with you on that. It's a little alarming that that's the message. I'm concerned about addressing these issues that directly affect these folks. And the economy's killing them right now. And by what we've done with law enforcement here in the state, dumbing everything down, making it difficult to hire law enforcement officers, causing these grocery stores to bump the prices because they can't get a report made, so they got to get paid back too. All these pieces come back into play. That affects the constituents. That's what they want fixed.
Formerly of the Littleton Police Department. And, George, we appreciate your service in public safety in that regard. And I know that is in your wheelhouse. That is your focus. I just want to get your take because I had a rare opportunity for an exclusive interview with Cindy Romero, who, of course, gained national headlines with her excruciating experience in Aurora and dealing with gang members from Tren de Aragua in Venezuela. And there's a lot more layers to the onion of this story as far as whether or not the mayor of Denver, Mike Johnston, the governor, Jared Polis, may have conspired to send a lot of illegals from Denver to Aurora. Are you noticing that kind of spillover effect into your district, and what kind of safeguards would you want to put in place if you're elected?
Well, it always comes to the West End. It hasn't made it quite that far yet, but we are seeing the auto theft, which is causing issues here in 25. And again, we dumbed down the judicial process, took felonies, made them misdemeanors. So if there's no consequences for the folks committing the crimes, which is exactly what's going on in Aurora, then this type of behavior continues and will exacerbate itself and cause my folks a whole bunch of problems here. So we've got to get back down into the Capitol and get this stuff solved up front so that the constituents don't have to deal with it and the economy can stabilize a little bit.
Final question, George. Appreciate your time as always, and we're wishing you the best of luck. And that is the stark differences. You've kind of pronounced your candidacy based on law and order. That's your background. You're talking about the economy. That is a red button issue, especially for those of us cost of living here in Colorado in the metro Denver area. What changes day one if you're elected in terms of voting and what you're seeking to make happen for your constituents if it's you instead of Tammy Story?
So, Ryan, I'm a common sense guy. I've been collaborative my whole career. I have an open door policy. I did as a chief of police. My people were free to come in and talk to me. The only thing I ask of those that come is have an end game. If you're going to bring me a policy change that you want us to talk about, I want to know how it's going to look all the way down the road so that my constituents don't get beat up in the end. And that would be what I'd have to say to anybody that wants to come and talk to me when I get down there.
He is George Mumma Jr., the GOP candidate for the pivotal House District 25 in the Colorado General Assembly, looking to unseat incumbent Democrat Representative Tammy Story. And I can't stress this enough. If you can get to his website, help him out. Every little bit counts. HelpGeorgeWin.com. If you live in the 25th and you're looking for change, hey, this is your guy, George Mumma Jr. George, always appreciate your time. Best of luck down the stretch over these last 19 days.
Thanks, Ryan. Talk to you soon.
That is George Mumma Jr. He's a candidate for the House, and when we come back, Robin Carnes, she's the GOP candidate running for the 16th District of the Senate after this on Ryan Schuling Live.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Just south of town, I-25 southbound after exit 193 Lincoln Avenue, a vehicle fire has 2 right lanes blocked. We're seeing slow traffic back from 470, about 5 minutes of delays for folks leaving town. Otherwise, a calm drive throughout the Denver Metro, I-70 east and westbound, easy driving to and from DIA. Out west into the high country, I-70 east and westbound, we are still seeing those intermittent closures for rockfall mitigation through the Veterans Memorial Tunnels. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, partly cloudy skies with a high of 75 this afternoon. Overnight low of 48, heading into a cooler weekend. Tomorrow, scattered showers with a high of 63. The current temperature in Denver is 75 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business's needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options, Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
At discountbath.com, they take discounts seriously. Like this deal for a complete conversion of that old ugly tub into a beautiful walk-in shower for just $9,888. Get rid of that old shower tub combo and get a beautiful walk-in, custom designed for your preferences. Acrylic walls that mimic stone, lifetime warranty, and no maintenance. Call 720-979-2322 or discountbath.com.
Do you know what the scariest sound to hear on a factory floor is? Silence. That means something somewhere broke. Production has stopped, and now you're paying your workers to wait while the team troubleshoots and tries to fix the problem. Finally, there's a proactive way to reduce equipment downtime, thanks to MaintainX. MaintainX is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. MaintainX lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Downtime equals death in the production world, so make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Try MaintainX for free. Control the daily operations of your business and transform your maintenance program by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
You've always been curious about real estate investing. Now you can have it all. Safe, secure, thoroughly researched, and actively managed rentals, positive cash flows, and extraordinary rates of return, even doubling your money in just a few years. Find out more about Festera Turnkey. in a Zoom webinar October 26th from the comfort of your home or office. Sign up now. MyBiggestReturn.com.
Broncos fans, get ready for game day at Bullseye Event Group's VIP Tailgate, home of the Broncos game day broadcast. The Broncos VIP Tailgate is open 3 hours prior to kickoff before every Broncos home game at the Mile High Monument at Empower Field. The VIP Tailgate is open to all ages. All-you-can-eat food from Food Network celebrity chef Aaron May and premium open bar for 3 hours. Come watch the early games and kick off your game day right. New this year, buy any ticket for a Broncos game and add the Broncos VIP Tailgate at a 50% discount at checkout. Get your tickets now at bullseyeeventgroup.com.
Your success is their success. Hey, Michael Brown here for Citywide Banks, a division of HTLF Bank. They know you have a lot of choices in what bank you trust for your commercial business loans, which is why they keep their decision-making at the local level, where bankers are focused on providing you impactful financial solutions specifically for your business. They strive to continually bring deep industry knowledge and experience to assist your business achieve success at any size or scale. They are truly here to help. Visit them today at citywidebanks.com.
HTLF Bank is an equal housing lender and member FDIC.
Does your kitchen or bath or windows or doors need help? Well, way back in the 80s, my dad, Dan Cicchini, did the first radio ad for Dunright Kitchens, Baths, Windows, and Doors. He said, and I quote, "Started the company with a philosophy that was drilled into me by my dad when I was a kid, and that is, if you're gonna do it right or don't bother," unquote. Well, this is Todd Cicchini, and having grown up with that philosophy, it's now my responsibility to pass it on to the third generation of our family working at Dunright, and all the other folks that work here also. Quality, dependability, fair pricing, treat people like you want to be treated. A bathroom like a spa, a kitchen like the morning sunrise, windows and doors that make you proud, that's what we strive for.
Hi folks, this is Dan. Susan and I are very proud of our legacy, and if our Dunright family can help your family, call us. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word will treat you right at Dunright. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Let's talk about your hair, but first, talk about my hair. Many of you know I have great hair, and that's because of Advanced Hair. I'm living proof that their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. It's not magic, but close to it. They put your hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. That's science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair guarantees your hair to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now. I'll get you $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. This is an incredible offer for a limited time. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver and has changed the lives of tens of thousands of people, including me. Now it's your turn. 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR, or go online to advancedhair.com.
Hello, Steve Powers here from Audi Denver. We have close to 200 Audi Q4 e-tron and e-tron Sportbacks available to drive home today. We offer Q4 e-tron lease payments starting at $330 a month for 24 months. Go the distance with e-tron innovation today at Audi Denver and Littleton. Say hi to Aaron and his knowledgeable team today. The ideal shopping experience awaits you with a personal test drive at 6060 South Broadway in Littleton, or visit AudiDenver.com to schedule an appointment with Colorado's premier Audi dealership.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado
licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This report is sponsored by Robert Half.
Clouds are building in as we're going throughout the day today. Temperatures in the mid-70s, and it's going to be fairly gusty with a brief sprinkle possible later on tonight. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals utilize their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Rockin' Robin, Rockin' Robin, so Rockin' Robin, 'cause we're really gonna rock tonight.
Oh, that's right. Ryan Schuling live back with you. And our next guest, that song's a little bit of a clue, I would say. She's looking to rock the vote, Rockin' Robin. Robin Carnes. You can find out more online. Carnes for Colorado. CarnesFOR. Colorado.com. She is running for the state Senate in the 16th district as the Republican candidate there. Robin, welcome.
Ryan, thank you. I love it. I love that song, and you bet I am looking to rock the vote.
And you've done this, Robin. I've known you for some time, but working as a communications director for Mike O'Donnell, who I always felt was a very intriguing candidate, and then also Paul Archer for State House as well. Can you kind of connect the dots for listeners there and what took you from that role to running for office yourself?
Oh, such a great question. Well, I want to start with actually the fact that I decided to run for, and I won my city council race back in 2021. And once I got a taste of local government and realized we need good people in these types of seats because it impacts everything that we do at the local level. And so I thought, I've got to learn. And I'd like to learn through other people's experiences versus on my own dime. Let's be real. A lot of times folks run for too high of office too quickly without any experience. So yes, I had the opportunity to help Mike O'Donnell, which he approached me, and I thought, what the heck, let's give it a shot. He was a terrific candidate. Then also Paul Archer, and I try to immerse myself in, being part of House district races and Secretary of State, and I helped a little bit with the governor's race and school board races, and the only one I hadn't touched was a state Senate race. And so you learn, the basics of campaigning are the same, whether you're running for a local office or whether you're running for, something much higher. And I really immersed myself because I feel called to government. I hate politics, but politics is a pathway to get to government. And so how do you do that? You've got to jump in and learn and, not be afraid to do the hard work. And that's what I've done. So as far as how that comes to this situation, I was asked, Ryan, I didn't just dream this up, but I was approached about a year and a half ago about this potential, which seems like a jump, to go from local city council to a state Senate race. But when doors open and other doors close, you take the opportunity. It's a tremendous win-win regardless because of the learning and the relationships that are involved. So that's really kind of what brought me to this place, in addition to the fact that, Rome is burning. Colorado's in crisis. I have a husband in law enforcement. He sees it day in and day out. I have 2 boys, middle school and high school, and we can either, sit on the sidelines and live in fear and frustration or choose to jump in and do something about it. And so that's what I'm doing.
That's Robin with a Y, Carnes, and you can find out more about her campaign at carnesforcolorado.com. That's the 16th Senate District, and Robin, as you know, I'm a nerd, so I went to the maps of the Senate District and the history of this district, and it's very fascinating, especially recently. A Democrat, Jean Nicholson, was in there in 2010, and then Tim Neville, a Republican, unseated her in 2014. Come 2018, Tammy Story defeats Tim Neville. She is now in a different district. We just talked to George Mumma running against her. And now you're going head-to-head with incumbent Democrat Chris Kolker. But the real twist to me, when I look at the map of what this district represents, it has changed perhaps as much or more than any other Senate district in the state of Colorado. Can you walk us through that change and what it means for the district and the people in it?
Absolutely. So Senate District 16 encompasses Centennial, primarily Central and Western Centennial, Littleton, and also Columbine Valley and King Carroll Valley. It is home to over 133,000 people, and it was actually redistricted 2 years ago, which means that the current incumbent didn't actually win that seat. So the other side sees it as an open seat. In fact, they told me this early on, and that's why there was a real opportunity. In that redistricting process, it gained 16 precincts, all in Jeffco, which are heavily conservative. So now if you look at the makeup, the numbers of the district, 50%, Ryan, that's 50, of registered voters are unaffiliates. Mm-hmm. And we have 26%, which are registered Republicans, and then 24%, which are registered Democrats. So a slight Republican lead. However, I think that 50 number, the 50% of unaffiliates or independents, is really interesting. My personal perspective is that many folks are fed up with the extremes. They are not happy with right or left. They want to simply move forward. So we have this purple camp. And that's really what I've tried to embrace and simply carry from my city council position. Because as you know, city council is nonpartisan. So when I ran in 2021, I did not have an R behind my name. And I have to tell you, it is resonating with voters. As I'm going door to door, they're so frustrated. I'll say, what keeps you up at night, or anything that would be helpful for me to know. And 9 times out of 10, there's just frustration about what's going on in our country. In fact, what I really am trying to impress upon voters is, regardless of what's happening at the national level, which gets all the attention, let's focus on the local stuff, because that's really what impacts your life day in and day out. I always say your neighborhood impacts your city and county and state and nation and world. So starting for me at the local nonpartisan city council, to me, is a tremendous benefit.
Robin Carnes, the GOP candidate, Senate District 16, joining us on the ballot. If you live there, obviously, make sure to vote for her. And you're talking about bridging the gaps. And Robin, in my experience, so I live in a district just adjacent to the one you're running in, and my senator is Jeff Bridges, who I would consider fairly a moderate Democrat. However, I am very alarmed that he did not stand up to members of his own party. And we saw this happen, Robin, dragging the General Assembly far to the left, beyond any kind of realm of what would be considered traditionally liberal. And I think that has to resonate as a concern among the constituents you hope to represent. So what, in your mind, are those kind of bridge issues that you feel bring people together, that bring unaffiliateds on board, that you're hearing about in your campaign?
Yeah. Well, the Centennial Citizen just put an article out a month ago, and they asked voters what are most important to you right now? What's most important? The number one issue was balanced government and good governance. Okay. Second was the high cost of living and affordability. And then the third, believe it or not, was immigration. So it's a variety of voters that, weighed in on this. And I think we have to start at that sort of not bipartisan, I should say, level. And, this is kind of my perspective. Balanced government is the best government. And right now, I saw that, I experienced that serving on Centennial City Council. And right now, single party control has made our state unaffordable. It has deteriorated our business climate and has sent, our kids to other states to raise their families. And so this is not the Colorado many of us want or deserve. We don't need blind loyalty to one political party. I think what voters want is someone who's a fierce, independent voice, who has a commitment to making government work for the people, right? And as someone on city council, I have already been doing that. It's why I'm running. In fact, a purple campaign, you take red plus blue, typically Democrats, Republicans, you get the color purple. It's the color of champions. I want to be that champion for Colorado. So we have to start, especially, Ryan, because we just learned a few days ago, we're starting this state legislature session with a $900 million shortfall. I mean, $900 million. And so this is not the time for partisan politics, which, by the way, has been plaguing, our state. We are politically unbalanced. We've got complex issues. And right now with the political layout, we can't even have these diverse discussions because there's one sort of monopoly. And I'll share this as well, which listeners have to understand. In the Senate, which already exists in the House, we are facing a super minority, which means that if we lose one seat in the Senate this election, November 5, and I believe that's the seat I'm running hard for, if we lose that, we will have one